Good morning. Welcome back to day 5 of the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships. We are bringing this to you live from the Robin Hood Raceway with Schumacher, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We're RCTV and Control Sport. I'm Matt Guppy, your host for the rest of the week, and on the camera and kind of in the van is Paul Bateman. He will be rushing up to TV Tower shortly to give you some moving pictures, I'm sure. And also on the other side of the van is Matt McCallum doing some other fantastic and worthwhile jobs that he is always doing. So thank you very much for you chaps for joining me. Welcome everybody to day 5 of the European Championships here. We are currently underway. Qualifying rounds have started. We just missed round 1, unfortunately, or heat 1. But we are in the first round of qualifying. So we are going to join these guys on track shortly. As you can see in the picture, they are going round at the moment. We've had some pretty hot laps already today with the overnight rain that came. The track was damp first thing. However, lots of laps have been done already today. Oh, we just had a crasher in the middle of the track there. Okay, everything's back to normal. Everything's back to normal. We have had some super hot laps, though, as the track has dried out incredibly quickly, as we're used to it doing now that we're here. So where are we? Hot laps so far. Coelho's put in a 21.84. Orlowski with a 21.74. Marcus Kerrett just pips Orlowski to the post with the fastest lap of the morning during practice with a 21.73. So already well into the 21-second laps for these guys, especially the top sort of couple of heats there. But we are looking sort of, as we're a little bit further down the, or into the earlier heats, I should say, around the sort of, between sort of late 23s, faster laps of the sort of late 22s, realistically. Just waiting for Paul there. He's going to pull up the chat feed for me shortly so I can see what you guys are saying out in the world. Thank you to everybody that has joined us so far this morning. We'll just hang on for Paul to do his thingamo. There he is, clicking some buttons next to me. So, on track at the moment, this is Heat 2. We have Martin Owen, Will Callan, Scott Follington, Martin Hadley, Freddie Russell, Cone Middlecoop, Danny Gross, Jules Revedy, and Peter Stein. So we'll just let Paul do his thing for a moment whilst we get some chat messages up. Guys, if you are joining us in the land of Facebook, please switch on over to YouTube if you want to chat to us. That's the feed that I am watching. I won't have my eyes on the other feeds throughout the day today, so please do chat to us on the YouTube feed. And whilst you are coming on over to YouTube, do remember to click the like and subscribe buttons and the little bell for the notifications so that you get all the notifications for our future live feeds and other videos that we do pop up online. So just to say, we've got a couple of you joining us this morning. So we've got Ami SMB, not sure who that is, but morning to you. Patrick Andrese says, go Team Sweden, Team Johansson and Team Landon. Go, go, go. So good morning to you, Patrick. Who else have we got? Yeah, Amzi's saying it's nice and dry out there. Not too sure, really, if it's going to slow down at all. Maybe a bit later on this afternoon, but if the temperature drops out again, exactly like we saw yesterday, apologies for my cough there, we will see that the track will sort of grip up and speed up in a way. So what we don't want is for the sun to stay on it all day, because that's when it's going to get super dusty, super slippery offline, and you're going to find that the times will actually slow down. And what we really want is those super fast laps to come in, because we all know it's not on a single lap pace, but let's face it, who doesn't want to put the fastest lap in of a competition like this? So hopefully we are going to see the weather settle down just a little bit for us today. The overnight rain is very welcome by these drivers because it does help the track out when it dries out eventually. Like I said, a couple of rounds of practice have gone round this morning. We are now heading into Heat 3 of qualifying. I'll let you know who's in there. I'm going to switch back to the feed in a second and just read through whoever else has come online to say good morning to us. But in Heat 3, we have the number 1 car of Lionel Labez. Remember, these guys have been reseeded now. So during qualifying, or during practice, sorry, yesterday we were doing reseeding. And these are the heats that everybody has ended up in. So car 1 in this heat, in heat 3, is Lionel Lebez. Then we've got Sven Ruddig in the Associated in car 2, Sebastian Landon in the Associated in car 3, Dylan McBurney, in the Schumacher at car 4, Remy Bertrand, Kyosho at car 5, Lucas Didier in the Associated in car 6, Laurent Jesus in car 7 in the Associated, Andrew Wesson joins us in car number 8 in the Associated, and we've got Natalie Williams rounding out the back of this field in the Yokomo. So these guys are just lining up there. They've got about a minute or so before they are allowed to head off of the line. Let's just see who else has joined us. So David Watson says, good luck to the Broxtowe guys. Have a good day. Have a very good day. And thanks for joining us, David. Joe Fisher, Joey Fisher's there. Good morning, Joey. Good morning from Team World Police America. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Tara Ivanen says, good luck to all the drivers, especially Pecco. Greetings from Finland. Greetings, Finland. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Cherry C69 says, morning all. And Stephen Bourne says, yo, watching while working at home 20 minutes away. There you go, Stephen. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Brian Crawley says, morning all. Craig Gisman says, morning, Guppy. Morning, Craig. How you doing, buddy? Michael O'Donnell says, good morning too. So there you go. A few darkish clouds coming over, but not raining yet, says Stephen Bond. Very, very true. There are a few dark clouds.
Do we have a weather forecast?
Do we have a weather forecast, Paul? Let's have a look. Shall we have a quick look at a weather forecast? And we've got 2 seconds left in this one, so let's see who goes off first. Follow them round for a mo. Lionel Lebez takes us round, so we're going to follow him round whilst I have a look for the weather. Okay, so I don't think we're looking too bad today. It looks like there is a little bit of rain, sort of a chance. Only a 32% chance of some rain, from about 3 o'clock onwards. Now, as we've seen, it's a little bit unpredictable with the rain. Sometimes it can be raining here and it says it's not going to. So, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll let you know if anything happens. But if there's anybody nearby the track, sort of... see which way the wind is blowing. It's a bit difficult with these flags. It kind of whips in and blows the flags all directions, really. So if there's anybody behind me working, then please let us know if there's rain coming this way. But anybody in front of me, down towards the marquees there, we're not worried. You're past. We're past your rain. You are taking our rain from us, and that's fine. So let's have a look who is out on track. I'll give you some overall results in a second as well. Will Callan is currently top of the pile after 2 heats. And Freddie Russell is second, Martineau in third, then Dan Gross. Best one we've seen so far is a 13 in a 5.680. There you go. So I think we're still with Lionel Lebez at the moment. Let's see who else we've got out there. Have we had any dongs of justice yet, Paul?
2 so far.
2 dongs this morning. It's good news. Okay, let's follow that one there. That's just had a little crash.
Number 4.
Number 4. So that is the number 4 of Dylan McBurney in the Schumacher. A little bit shaky around there. That was a bit of a that corner at the end of the off-camber sweeper held a little bit of extra moisture this morning. Now, I had a bit of word with Ben Jameson just as I was down and having a walk around the track as he came off. And he said it's actually, although it seems like it's wet, so as the cars go over it, they get a slight shine to the tyres just as they're coming off the off-camber hill there. But he said it's actually really sticky. So rather than it being a hindrance to them, it's actually really helping them just whip round that corner. He said it's just like a dry track. It's very, very odd to drive on today. So we are still with the number 4 car of Dylan McBurney there. A little bit wide. So as we've seen this morning, the times are so tight out there. Those little wide lines, those extra little 0.1, 0.2 of a second that you're losing on a lap, that's literally dropping you down 5-6 places, a couple of points of a second, and you've just lost all of your time. It's absolutely mad out here how close the competition is. So we are going around with Dylan McBurney. Dylan takes us round. We'll have a look at the current sort of best laps that we've got out there. So 23.69 from Lionel. Dylan's last lap was a 24.22 with a best lap of a 23.89. So considering we're seeing sub sort of 22s from the top 2 or 3 heats here, the last sort of 2 or 3 heats, I shouldn't really say top and bottom heat, should I? Paul hasn't told me off for saying that yet, so I'll keep saying it until he does. And as Matt's hiding in the van, and Nick isn't here,
You can say what you like, really,
I can say
you?
whatever I want, really, until we get back and I get the messages about come and see me.
Summon to the headmaster's office.
That's it. Drop back one to the 5 car of Remy Bertrand there, please, Paul. There you go. No, one back.
Oh,
There we are. I think that's the number 5. So there we go. Remy taking us round now. Just under a minute left in this one. Ooh, commentator's curse. Takes a little tumble there. That would have lost him quite a lot of time, unfortunately. But only 40 seconds left to go in this one, so not a huge amount of time left for these guys to put some time. So, a lovely tight round line round the hairpin there. Not quite so straight through the centre chicane as you see the top drivers do it. Makes it up through commentator corner without a problem and passes a step up easily this time round. Okay, through the off-camber corner. Looks like it's likely this is going to be the last lap. I'm not too sure, so 5 seconds after we hit the 5-minute mark should be where Remy's time runs out. Because obviously, being car 5, he started 5 seconds after the leader. So if he can get past the line before it hits 5:05, and he does, he gets another lap. So there you go. Now you can see a visual representation of how the timing works in qualifying. Everybody is running against their own clock. So if you set off 10 seconds after the leader, your 5-minute time period on track ends 10 seconds after the leader's 5-minute period. So, Remy must have put in a lovely couple of last laps there. Let's have a look what his last lap was. A 24.19, nothing particularly special. So I'm guessing a couple of other guys must have had a bit of a nightmare last few laps there. So those guys are now going to pull off the track. Marshals are going to hang about for a second until they get relieved. There you go. Everybody being told to swap over. Cars must be still on the track whilst that's happening. Simon Moss, the track commentator today, has allowed the marshals to kick any cars that are going around the track near them whilst they're walking backwards and forwards on the track. I'm not sure that that's an official rule, but I think it's just the Simon Moss rule for keeping the marshals safe. And obviously we do want these guys going home in one piece. So don't forget, I have got the Protect caps in here for you guys if you are nearby the track or if you're going to come down and have a spectate. I've got 5 of these caps left that I'm quite happy to give out. If you guys don't claim them before the end of the week, I am going to give them to one of the podcast lot to give away on one of their Christmas shows. So take advantage of it whilst you can and come on down and say hello to us here at Robin Hood Raceway and watch some of the best racing Europe has to offer. Okay, so heat number 4 on the way. Car 1 in heat number 4 is the Kayo show of Pierre Petitdidier. Cedric Didier is in the associated car 2. James Halliwell in heat 4 in his X-Ray. Archie Bowman in the associated. Oh, hang on a minute. No, James Halliwell. Hang on a minute. I'm going to double check because I'm pretty sure James Halliwell's actually in an associated. But I'm going to wait until he goes past the window. I'll tell you what. Let's watch James for the first lap until he comes back round. He's going to be car number 3, Paul. Sort of pinky one on the line there, fairly close to the front of the grid, so you can see. So who else have we got in this one? Archie Bowman in the associated. Actually, zoom in on James's car there if you can, Paul. We'll confirm. It is an X-Ray. There you go. It is X-Ray. I was correct. I do not stand corrected. I was correct anyway. So, James Helliwell in the X-Ray, Archie Bowman in the Associated, Adrian Sognesund in the Associated in car number 5, Philip Maisinger in the Schumacher in 6, 7 is Christian McConaughey in the Schumacher, then we've got Bastian Andresen in the Schumacher as well in car 8, and James Chappelle in an unlisted car. Helpful as that is. So we're going to go off with James Helliwell, should be third one off the line. We'll give James a single lap, and then I'm just going to give Paul the choice of who he wants to follow next. We've given James plenty of love through the week. He deserves it for all the work and efforts that have gone into the track. Okay, these guys off now. And there goes James. Okay, over the roller nicely. These guys just going to want to get the first few laps in, just to get those initial nerves of Heat 1 of qualifying out the way. Doesn't matter how experienced you are, it's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you come up to the first round of actual qualifying, where it starts to really count for you. You just want to get a few sighting laps in, really, in your first sort of few laps around, just to calm your nerves, get your muscle memory up in your thumbs or your fingers or whatever, you know, whether you're using one of those weird wheel things or whether, like the pros, you use a set of sticks. So you warm your thumbs up a little bit, get the muscle memory in there for the first few laps, and then you're pretty sound to just go for it after that. So these guys doing pretty well at the moment. James is running round. What has he done? So quickest lap for James at 23.74. So way off the pace at the moment. Who are we with now, Paul?
It's the car that's behind James.
Oh, car number 4. That would be Archie Bowman, I believe. So Archie Bowman coming round. He's currently second in this one. I'll just check if we've had any changes to the standings after the last heat's gone through. It's still Will Callan out at the top of the pile with 13.5.680. Dylan McBurney, I think, was in the last heat, and Lionel Lebez, and Andrew Weston, Freddie Russell, Remy Bertrand, and Martin Owens, Sven Ruddick, Laurent Jesus, and Natalie Williams are your top 10 as things stand. I would be prepared for that to change pretty quickly. Now, that no longer looks like the 4 car of Archie Bowman.
It's the car behind him.
It's the car.
You may be noticing a pattern here.
You can see the pattern happening. I like it. This is a predictable pattern. So this is the number 2?
Oh, that I can't be sure. Yes,
that is the number 2 car of Cedric Didier there. So Cedric leading us around now, or taking us around, from not leading, but he's 6th he's running in at the moment, 7th. Nice line through the chicane, but not very tight coming out of it. And he's lost a lot of time on the roller there, on the little berm. So he's gone up on top of the berm rather than using it to sort of catapult himself round the corner. Now, we'll say I had a quick chat with Roger Mills earlier. So there's been some considerable changes to Jamie Hall's four-wheel drive before he came out in the last round of practice. Jamie seemed very, very happy with the car. He's actually copied the setup from Marcus Kerrick's car. So when he comes out for his round of qualifying, when you'll see him a little bit later on, you'll be able to see how much he's improved or whether he can lay down the lap times he wants to. At the moment, though, we are still with Heat 4. Currently leading us out is Archie Bowman in this one. Yeah. Okay, so who are we with there, Paul? Is that the number 6?
This is the car that's now 2 cars behind the car number 2. He was initially the car behind number 2, but he had a bit of a sort of upside-downy thing, and somebody overtook him.
A sort of an upside-downy thing? Is that a racing move?
It's a technical term.
Okay.
That all us cameramen use.
So, Philip Maisinger with the sort of upside-downy thing move. Seen himself 2 cars down. Oh,
He did
there's a
another-
sort of upside-downy thing.
That's basically what he did. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That is probably something you want to avoid, is the sort of upside-downy move there of Mazinger. Still pulling in some good laps. Let's have a look what the fastest laps in this one are. So no 22s yet. 23.02, quickest one we've seen from James Chappelle. So really close to the 22s now. You can see that the track is speeding up. Oh, hang on a minute. We have Adrian Sognerson, 22.81, fastest man in a single lap pace at the moment. Nobody else touching those 22s yet. So 0.2 of a second on a single lap. Okay, a couple of these guys getting a little bit close to each other now. Being the number 4 and the number 2 of Cedric Didier. Oh, we've got a claimer. A claimer for the hats. What's your name, sir? Who? Sorry? Mike Smith. Thank you. Here you go, Mike. No problem at all. Thank you for coming in and seeing us. Enjoy it. Okay, these guys coming to an end now. Looks like Petter Didier has taken this one round. Not going to take Callan off the top spot. A 13.58. I think Ed was a 13.56.80. He was. However, should see Pierre Petter Didier go second overall at the moment with a 13.58. Pretty much everybody's going to affect the top 10 down to James, or the top sort of 5 or 2, and anyway, down to James Halliwell. They're going to be second, third, and fourth overall. So Pierre, James, and James. Second, third, and fourth behind Will Callum. Let's say hello to John Howe from RC Images that's joined us with a little checkered flag he's just sent me. Morning, John. Hope you're doing well. I'm pretty sure John's meant to be at work, so I don't know if I should be shouting him out or not. Hey, that's the risk you take, I guess. Okay. Okay, let's have a look who's joining us on the chat. AWM Masterclock says, good morning, world. Good morning. It says, David Watson says, would like to pop over tomorrow for the finals. It would be good to see the guys after the last 2 years away from off-road. Well, come on and join us for the finals. Jace Potter says, still 2 rounds of practice today? Like how I lifted that at the end to emphasise the question. There was, Jason, but we have not recorded those. So we went through early doors this morning before we kicked off the live stream. So they are done and dusted. Kevin Sessian says, hi.
Sorry, is this not practice?
No, this is qualifying now.
Oh.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on, I'm going to double check that because we are going off in order for qualifying order. Yeah, we are off in qualifying order here.
So this is definitely qualifying?
I'm going to confirm it because now you've confused me.
I think this is second. I think this is still second. Practice.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. No, but
what I've got on the overall results is not the 2 fastest times that we were having, and we are into 5-minute heats now rather than 4.5. Morning. Oh, we got another claimer for the cap. Another claimer for one of the caps. There you go, sir. What's your name? Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Enjoy it. Are you here for the whole week? Yeah. Good stuff. Nice. Go for it, bud. Thank you very much. There you go. Another cap. We only have
3
caps left.
He's back.
Who's back?
Lie Downey.
The Lie Downey?
Lie Downey man.
There you go. Okay, these guys are going to go off.
Now, I might be wrong, but during practice, didn't they sort of like stagger themselves around the track?
So, CP2 started at 9 o'clock. Qualifying round number 1 started at 10:21 today.
So this is qualifying.
So unless we are nearly an hour behind, which I don't think we are today, I'm correct, Paul is wrong.
So what we're saying is what it says in the top left-hand corner of your screen isn't correct.
That is not right, no. This is four-wheel drive qualifying round number 1.
It'll look right in about 20 seconds. Hang on.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, so after that mild confusion there, brought to us by our fantastic cameraman, Paul. Sorry, I'm just moving my my thingy around. We are in qualifying mode. So okay, so we are. Who have we got down here? I want to practice this morning. Now it's qualifying. Yes, that's correct. So car number 1. Cool forward. Confuse me. Yes, sorry, Jace. Yeah, we're just going to get that track. There we go. And as if by magic, it has changed. Paul's heading his way back up to the top. We'll join these girls on track in a minute. I'm just going to read out the last few notes on here. Stu Jones says, hashtag all hail the BBT. And we've all gone back about 6 years. So there we are. Morning, everyone, says Dave Loxley. Hi, Stu, by the way. Do miss you, buddy. Bride Calling says, hi, Dave. My bad, I think BBK's lying. Mark Burton says, hello, chats. Hi, Mark. Says, head practice. Yeah, we've sorted that now. I need to the last round of qualifying is running. I do, actually. So, today we have qualifying round 1 that started at 10:21. Round 2 is going to start at 11:54. And we will then be starting with heat number 3. Qualifying round number 2. Then we have qualifying round number 3, and we'll be starting with heat number 5 at 13:27, so just before 1:30 this afternoon. I believe then we then finish for the day after qualifying 3 is over, unless we have another team managers meeting and then decide to squeeze in another round of qualifying today. We will see how that goes.
So, if there's any media student in the Retford area who'd like some work experience, you're more than welcome to sit in my van and press buttons whilst I stay in the top of the tower and not have to keep running up and down.
Would that mean we could have a second camera?
Well, if there's a really good media student who can actually film stuff, then they can film this if they like, and I'll sit in the van and cut cameras.
What an opportunity for a 3 days graft for someone.
Yeah.
Please get in touch. Come on down and have a word. If you are a media student or somebody that does understand these things, way beyond my understanding of anything like that. So I'm here just to talk and be fun. Anything technical is Paul, Matt, and everybody else that's here. So please don't rely on me for technical stuff. Okay. Heat number 5's going round, I believe. Paul, who are we following?
Well, that's cheating, surely. He didn't go round the corner.
Oh, dear.
He went over the pipe.
That was terrible.
I mean...
It is the car number 1 of Tyler Liddell.
Well, I'm not saying he's cheating, I'm just saying...
You did. I heard you say it, and so did the trillions of people watching.
No, merely his car didn't do as he requested it to do. And it got a mind of its own, and so I've heard.
Yes, they do that sometimes. My car often had a mind of its own in moments like that. So Tyler pushing as hard as he possibly can. It's Matt Peters, actually, that leads us in this one. Hot laps of 22.9s, 22.8s for Tyler. Nobody else into the 22s. You got a low 23 from Daniel Pohl. 23.03 for Dan. Carl Marsden, best lap for him is a 23.16. So only a couple of these guys into the 22s. Realistically, to see yourself in one of the higher finals, or one of the later finals, if you like, you want to be consistently lapping in those 22s, really. The top guys are putting down some really, really quick 21 laps already this morning. Wow, that was super close. Super close there. Oh, they're just skimming past the step up. In a very tight line. There you go. Nicely round there. Car did exactly what you wanted it to that time. Through the chicane. A little bit of a wiggle through there. That does lose you a bit of time. And like Bruno said when he joined us yesterday, any of those little 0.1, 0.2, it's so tight out on the track there. It's a lot of places you're losing for sort of mistakes like that. You know, not really mistakes when you look at your skill level of your average driver. Tyler's well up there with the top end drivers for sure in his skill level. But even still, there is sort of still that gap to bridge for these guys. So we've done quite a few laps of Tyler there, Paul. Actually, we've only got 15 seconds of this. Let's seed it out with Tyler. Okay, so Tyler is top of the pile in this one at the moment. Matt Peters just snatched it back off of him. And let's see how we get on. Tyler being the number 1 car, his time is up. So as he crosses the line, he'll be done. 13 in a 5.3. Now that is interesting. So Will Callan knocked off the top spot by Tyler and Matt Peters and Daniel Pole. So those 3, Matt Peters, Tyler Little and Dan Pole, looking at going top in round at the moment, top 3. We'll wait once the scoring system updates. Okay, so just to let you know, you are joining us here at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Tony Sport, Schumacher Racing and Hobbywing. We're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue up in Blyth, or just outside of Blyth, in the lovely county of Nottinghamshire. And I'm not allowed to say what section of the country that's from because it tends to cause arguments.
Well, it's clearly these.
Paul has been very good, very aggressive on his thoughts on this. Very aggressive, especially in the evenings. So we're going to get the marshal swapped over now. You go, you see Callum Ackroyd bench there, taking a walk out to his marshal spot. Yellow jacket just going up to, I don't know what marshal position that is, but it's pretty much not the one at the very end of the straight, but just stood on that little bit of blue.
How's your voice today?
Mine?
Rose, yes, rather.
Yeah, very good.
Back to 100%.
Yeah, I had a nice calm day yesterday, and I tried not to sleep on my back with my mouth open snoring, so it didn't dry my mouth out last night. I did get rolled over at home.
I was wondering if you were getting rolled over in the night here, but
Yeah.
I did think you were on your own.
I am on my own. I've got 3 beds.
Wow.
I am on my own. I'm choosing to sleep in the double bed that's in the room, not either of the 2 singles that have been put up next to me. But there are 3 beds in there, only 1 in use with a single person in it.
I think that's in case Matt and I needed to have a sleepover.
Hey, let's have a sleepover tonight. Although I did get very irritated because I've hung the ticket on my door to say, please come in and clear away my many cans of cider that are all over the floor and windowsill. Please come and clear this away and make my bed. And they came in and they cleared away my cider, and they didn't make my bed.
Oh dear.
So in a tantrum, I put all the other bed clothing on the floor.
Oh, what a diva.
And then realised what a diva I was being, and subsequently then put it all back on the bed with a guilty conscience behind me.
Oh dear.
So I'm not a rock star. I can't do these things. No TVs left the window, though, so it's all good. Okay. So we're on to heat number 6. Leading us out in this one's going to be Dom Nunn in the number 1 car. Then we got Ben Jameson in the 2, Yolanda Weird in the 3, Matt Thompson in the 4, Ben Simpson in the 5. The 6 is Tom Cockrell. 7 is Phil Slate. Then we got Baptiste Roach in car number 8, and Fabian Woodmer in car number 9. You can see the lovely figure, the sculpted figure of Muzz Schumacher walking towards me now, like a bronzed god as he enters the RCTV cabin. Control spot and RCTV cabin. Morning, Muzz. How you doing? I just want to check that Muzz is turned up so people can hear him.
No, he won't.
He won't be.
He's in our heads,
Hold
but
on.
he's not going out.
You're only in our heads at the moment,
Hang
Muzz.
on. Back
We're
in a
going to
moment.
turn you up. So we're just going to pan out on the camera so we can go and turn Muzz up for a minute. I was just telling the people that saw you coming from a distance, Muzz, and the sculpted figure of Muzz Schumacher coming towards me like a bronzed god across the beach.
On your Paul, he's not going to be too impressed having to keep running up and down the steps.
To be fair, I mean, let's face it, it's not going to do him any harm. So have we got Muzz turned up? We have.
Are we good, Paul?
Stuff. Yeah, all good. Morning, Muzz. How you doing?
Morning, everybody. Everything is fine, thank you.
Good stuff. We've got Heat 6 on at the moment. We've had some pretty quick times this morning, Muzz.
Yeah, track's fast, isn't it? I've been watching some of the times.
Have a look. There's our fastest laps there.
Yeah, so sub-22s once again.
Yep, straight in, even with that little bit of rain last night that we had.
Yeah, and as we were saying yesterday, the rain does make the track fast, or faster.
Obviously not whilst it's falling.
No. Not while it's falling, but once it dries, which doesn't take that long on here, it does make the track very quick all of a sudden. I know maybe after a bit of a shower and that, it's within half an hour, it's pretty quick.
I think the shower kind of compacts the sand back in, doesn't it? It takes that sort of dusty slipperiness off of the track.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Who are we with there, Paul? Is that the number 9?
9, I think that was it, Fabian?
It is. Fabian Whitbert. Currently lapping. Average laps of a 24:09 from the guy from Switzerland.
Of course, if you'd like me to follow somebody else, just say.
Oh, that's much better, Muzz. I like that. I was looking for that this morning. I was trying to get rid of all the other things that were on there to leave me with that one.
I'll teach you what you need to use for the settings on it. At least it's bigger font. We can read it today.
Yes, it is. I can see it today. Even without my glasses on, I could probably see that. Okay, anybody you'd like to follow there, Muzz, since you just joined us?
In this one, Matt Thompson, car 4, is always a good one to follow. One of the local heroes.
Come on then, let's see if we can pick up.
Just coming under the driver's stand now, coming towards us. This one here, pink.
There we go,
white,
pink and yellow.
And yellow. Yellow wheels, as he always likes to use.
Always faster, I got told, yellow wheels.
Apparently so. What's the lap time saying? Another faster? 23.3.
23.3. So not really doing him too many favours, seeing as Tom Cockrell's up there with a 22.7, a 22.6 from Yolan. Let's see what Ben Jameson's done, because I know Ben's put in some quick laps. Ben's on I see Ben keep jumping around a little bit. Let's see if we can.
Matt's just done his fastest lap while we're following him, 23.32, so we must be bringing him some luck.
There we go, 22.8 from Ben is the quickest from him. 22.7 from Dom Nunn. That was his last lap.
Has anyone hit the Marshall guide yet this morning?
We have had a couple hit the
yeah?
hit the Dong of Justice this morning, yep.
Any survivors?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, they've been all right this morning. Nobody's hit it too hard.
Okay, that's good.
I did do the when I did the EFRA video yesterday that I put up on the Facebook page. I followed Lee Martin round.
Yeah.
And on his first lap, he came round and hit the Dong of Justice. It was absolutely
perfect
brilliant.
timing.
He couldn't have done it any better, and he's now my hero.
Oh dear, Matt's having a terrible lap, this one. One definitely to forget.
Yeah, I mean, this is first round of qualifying, so these guys are going to just be, realistically, they've done a fair bit of practice. Matt's just had another slip as he's come over the roller there, which is going to hurt him. Out the bomb hole he comes. Okay, we've got a group of 3 cars just in front of us here, Paul. They've just gone down the main straight. So those 3 there, if we can keep them together, just see how these guys work together as they go round. All fairly evenly paced, all kind of catching each other up and stretching out again. So we'll just see how it goes. So you can see the white car. I think that's it's the 8. Baptiste there. So he's really, really pushing to get up on the back of the car that's in front of him. But because he's pushing as hard as he is, you can see the car's a bit unsettled. Now, when you're following, it normally means that you've got those brake points and you've got those sort of turning points to work with. But when you're really panicked following someone, almost like they've kind of got past you and you kind of go, no, I've got to get past you as quick as I can, all of a sudden you tend to drive the car a little bit more erratically. Now, these guys are just finished there. So Yolan brings us in a 13.53.
So I just updated your screen there for you, Matt. We're not allowed to do this on main trackside commentary, but we can, as we're obviously streaming online. We now have the overalls of where they're going in round on the right-hand side of the screen there.
God, that makes life a lot easier.
So you'll see from, just so you're aware, the ones in white and the ones that's just been on. So Yolanda Weird. Tom Cockrell had a bad last couple of laps, I think, looking at that. So
Top 10 at the moment, though.
yeah, so Yolanda Weird gone third, Baptiste Roche gone fourth, Phil Slay gone fifth, Tom Cockrell gone sixth, Dominic Nunn gone 10th. So just those guys affecting the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
So Matthew Peter still holding TQ on a 13.50.59. Heat 7 coming up next.
Not far away from 14 laps, are we? Maybe we're going to see that pop in the next one.
Let's see who is in it, shall we?
Go for it.
So Heat 7, 2.5 minutes we've got to the start, so plenty of time. So car 1 will be Alexander Landon, car 2 Jamie Hall, 3 Clement Boda, 4th Jesper Rasmussen, 5th Wesley Van Helmond, car 6 Elias Johansson, 7 Luke Holdsworth, 8th Ed Callan, and 9th Mortis, as I kept calling him last night to wind him up, Moritz Lautenbach. So yeah, I think looking at the names in this, I think we can call a 14 lappers coming in on this one.
Mortis, what am I like?
He was loving it last night until Michael Orlowski was asking us what the joke was, and once we told Michael, he kept calling him continually after that Mortis.
Nice. Sorry, Moritz. I may have just given you a new name. But hey, I think it's a good one. I like it.
He was laughing. He was enjoying it.
Good.
Okay, we're going to follow the number 1 car off in this one just to get us going. So Alexander Landon. I've got a funny... Just zoom in on his car if you can, Paul, once we got a chance. It isn't associated, okay. Oh, yeah.
Ready for that one. Just got some paparazzi taking some photos of me and Matt. Oh, and another. Oh, we're having a cuddle.
There we go.
Very professional. Thanks, Dave. Still got 45 seconds to go.
We still had time. We could have done another 3 poses there, Muzz.
Exactly.
I said we should have done the top off one.
I'll leave that to you.
He's forever doing that. And
It's for the calendar. It's for the RCTV calendar at the end of the year.
Yeah, but you can't be every month.
I can't be every month, no. I am at the moment, mind. That doesn't mean I want top-off pictures from guys out on the track, please.
So Nick Damon can be December after the turkey dinners.
He'd have to be December, I think. Okay, 10 seconds left before this one kicks off. Like I say, we are going to follow Alexander Landon. We're going to see probably some changes to the top. Now, Jamie Hall actually is car number 2 in this one, so do a lap with Alexander and then we'll drop back to Jamie Hall because I know Jamie has made some really significant changes to his car from yesterday. So as I said earlier on, he has actually put the Marcus Kerup setup on Jamie's car now. Last round of practice, he seemed a lot happier with it, but we'll see actually how he gets on this time round. So just do this lap and one more with Alexander, and then we'll drop back one to Jamie Hall. So one more lap with Alexander, give him a little bit of time there. Obviously with the yellow wheels.
Got to be watching as well, probably afterwards, see how he gets on. Luke Holt was car 7, normally pretty quick around here at Robin Hood.
Yeah.
So let these guys get settled in.
Clement Boda with an opener of a 22.58 though. Okay, just drop back one car then, Paul. There we go. That is the associated of Jamie Hall.
So
Brother of current two-wheel drive European champion Tommy.
Yeah, I was just going to say a little bit lower seeding than he would have liked. So you'd expect Jamie to be pretty quick and working his way through to a pretty good 14-lapper.
Okay, you know, not right at the top of the charts at the moment, though. Clement Boda in the S-Works is certainly putting down some laps.
Yeah, Jamie's just done 22.61, his fastest lap in this heat so far.
It's not the quickest. We need him into the 21s to affect any of the quickest times. So, Jamie obviously happy with the car. See, he's going to be going for consistent laps now, rather than I think fastest lap at the moment. So,
All about the 5-minute run now, as we were saying yesterday.
Yeah, he is getting caught by I think that's Clement Boda just behind him, though, and Clement is ahead of Jamie on the clock.
Yeah.
He is, yeah, that is Clement just behind him in the 3 car. So you'll be able to see the pace difference between these. So is Clement just having it, dropped back a bit. So he had a slide out of the corner just before the roller, and then as he went over the roller, Clement went up on 2 wheels. So you will see that gap open back out on the next lap round as they cross the line. So you should see, there you go, Landon up in the top, Jamie Hall into second. We'll see how Clement does now as he crosses the line. There you go, Clement's dropped down again. So those 2 tiny mistakes, slight wobble on 2 wheels, a slight slide into 1 corner, hasn't crashed, just a couple of small mistakes, and he's dropped from 1st down to 4th.
Look how close it is in this. 1st to 8th, separated by about 1.5 seconds currently.
Incredibly close.
So top 5 going on TQ pace currently. 14 lap pace. Wesley Van Helmen just off it by a 10th.
So Wesley can pull that back. It's literally 0.18 of a second that he needs to pull back there to get himself into the 14s. It's a big ask, Mike Buzz. When you're trying to find those little bits, you often find, don't you, that you try and push rather than driving smoother.
Exactly, yeah. He looked pretty clean on that one, so I think he's probably going to be on 14 pace.
Let's pick Wesley up. Can we car 5?
So car 5 just come out the bomb hole, coming towards the driver's stand now. Passing the driver's stand.
Over the tabletop. 1 in front of that
one. 1 in front, yeah. Just gone past us. 1 forward
through
again.
The switchbacks, onto the straight he goes. So that is Wesley.
So we've now got 0.4 of a second covering the top 3. Luke Holdsworth and Van Helmen, a second and a half further back. And yeah, top 5 now, predicted 14 lap pace, and Moritz is within a 10th. And Clement is also right on it, so top 7 looking at 14 lap pace currently.
Wow.
And now Ed Callan on a 5-0, so literally all these still running. We've lost Elias Johansson, but the remaining 8 cars look like they're hitting 14 lap pace in this.
Yeah, so 0.05 of a second for Moritz at the moment, and he just needs to pull that back, and he's into the 14s as well. But everybody looking blisteringly quick at the moment, and this is going to really put the pressure on the next couple of heats that come through. Wesley, nice line through there. A little bit of a sharp stop at the end of the hairpin. Oh, I see, he's feeling the pressure from the car behind.
Yeah, he just clipped the pipe there, so that's Luke Holdsworth, I believe. Oh, he's hit the marshal guard.
Luke is the tongue of justice.
And it's broken.
Oh, and he's out.
No, shot just popped off. Cockers is on it. He's repaired and going. So it's cost him, 5-6 seconds maybe?
At least. That's going to drop him out of the 14s for sure.
7 seconds it cost him.
And it does. So he's back onto a 13.54 as his predicted pace now. So next time round he'll finish. So let's see these guys as they come in. Time is up.
Van Helmen's done this lap, I think. Yep. So he's done a 14.520. No, Van Helmen, 13.50.
007.
Yeah. Mr. Bond.
So last of the 13 lappers. Let's see these guys come in. So Jesper's just done his 14th. Ed Callan should be coming around to finish off for his 14th as well now.
Yeah, just gone round, I think.
Goes. So a late 14 for Ed. Nonetheless, a 14 it is.
Matthew Peters on a 13.50.5, so the top 6 positions been taken now from that heat.
And Clement Boda's knocked Tyler Little and Yolan de Weird into 9th and 10th. So you got Alexander Landon, number 1, Jamie Hall 2 so far in this round. Then Jesper Rasmussen, 3rd, Ed Callan 4th, Wesley Van Helmen 5th, Moritz Lautenbach in 6th, Matt Peters from the earlier round in 7th, then Clement Boda 8th, Tyler Little and Yolan de Weird rounding out the top 10 so far. Tom Cockrell will be pretty disappointed with that one. He's down in 13th.
Yeah. Certainly will. But as we saw, Cocker's lost a couple of seconds at the end of that run, and without that, you'd see he'd be in the top 10 at the minute.
Yeah.
It's so tight. So a couple of heats to go in this round. So heat number 8 coming up next.
Oh, some top ones in here.
So
Pecco in an S-Works, by the way.
Don't be silly.
What's he in?
He's running Schumacher.
Is he?
Yeah.
You just scribble that down on there, Muzz. I feel very guilty for that.
So, car 1 will be Una Hartonen. Car 2, Pekka Ivanen. Car 3, two-wheel drive champion, Tommy Hall. Car 4, Lee Martin. Car 5, Max Goetzel. Car 6, Neil Craig. Car 7, Hupo Honigel. Car 8, Jamil Gabrielson. Car number 9, Ben Smith. So any one of this heat and the next heat, they're all superstars in it and going to be very fast.
So time to beat is a 14 in a 5:18.73.
Yeah, these guys, I think Alexander was pretty clean on his run. I'm going to call a 14.5.12 for TQ from this heat.
6 seconds.
Yeah. Some fast drivers in this one.
Okay.
Let's see. What are you going to say?
Who
15?
have we got? So Yuna's in there, Paco, Tom Hall, Lee. See, Lee Martin was super quick.
Lee's
in.
in.
The last round.
Greg is in. And as we know, these guys, they know they're fast over the 2 laps, but they've been working for the 5-minute consistency.
Go with Lee Martin on this one. Let's follow Lee Martin round for a minute on car 4, and then what I want to do is I want to jump to Una because he's not. We haven't seen much of Una through the competition yet, not even in 2-wheel drive. So we'll give him a bit of love as well. But Lee Martin car 4, if we can, from the start. Lee was super quick in the last round of practice. I think Lee will probably go. I think he'll go for a 40. If he gets a clean one, I reckon 14 in a 5:16.
Just a couple of seconds quicker than this either.
Couple of seconds on it, I reckon.
So you're calling Lee Martin to TQ this one then, yeah?
Not until the last round comes up, but TQ
after
this
the
one, I
eight.
reckon.
Okay. I'm going for Craig on a 14. Was it 5:12? I said.
Okay. If anybody at home wants to write those down. So off goes Una, followed by Pecco. My sister had a chicken called Peccan. Sorry, Pecco. Okay, so
He wasn't driving Schumacher, and he was then a chicken.
so we're with Lee Martin at the moment. We'll see what Lee does as an opener.
Off camera, a mistake coming through past us from Una, just noticed. Got back on his wheels, only cost him half second or so. So Lee's looking pretty good. 22.7 opens up with 22.78 Lee Martin. Neil Craig 22.79. Just to give you an idea.
Topped off by Max and Jamil at the moment. 22.6 is 22.5. So 0.01 between Lee Martin and Neil Craig right now. So Lee comes round for his next lap. 22.4 for Lee. No answer from Paco that time round, or Jamil, or Max Gotts at all. So Lee leading us round in this one.
8 tenths of a second split the whole field. So see if these guys can get into the sub-22s.
Everybody looking at a 14 except Ben Smith at the moment, who's on a 13.5 dead. So not much time to make up for Ben if he can. There you go. Ben's now onto a 14. Everybody looking at 14s in this one. So this really is going to make a big difference to the top 10 here.
So Lee Martin down the straight. 22.69 last time through.
So Pecco just slips it past Lee.
Ridiculously close in this one. We're looking at 7 tenths between the top 7.
Okay, Juna just about to go down the straight now, Paul. If we can flick onto him for a few laps. So first one of those two. Over the roller he goes.
That's the one.
There you go.
Down into the bomb hole. Through the non-existing chicane. Past the driver stand he comes now. And passes us in the timing booth.
It's so tight when they come out of there past the marshal guard there. It's that is a tight line those guys are taking through there.
22.18. So that was a lap to pick Una up. So good call there, Matt. Fastest lap of the heat.
He's going to be pushing. I know he was disappointed with his 2-wheel drive results, so he's really going to want to push in this one to make sure he tries to get it in the A.
Halfway through these guys, not quite on the 5:12 as I was calling, but you might be a little bit closer to your prediction.
Okay, Lee Martin is dropping down a little bit now.
He's just waiting to go through, I think he was.
Okay.
He's tied on time with Una at the minute on identical times.
Identical times between Lee and Martin right now. 7 in 2:38.15 for both of them. So you can see just how tight it is out on track there. Tommy Hall, 7 in a 2:38. Jamil Gabrielson, 7 in a 2:38. Ben Smith, 7 in a 2:39. So these guys absolutely flying out there. All top 4 cars in this heat. 8 in a 3-minute dead.
Half a second covering the top 4.
So you can see with that, those little bobbles, those little wide lines on the corners are costing so much time. It's a minimal amount of time when it comes to it, but so much time is being lost for these guys. So Una, now top of the field, predicted on a 14.5.14.
Look at that last lap we just picked up on camera, 21.87. Paul will be struggling to keep up. I'm backed up with 21.99. So he's on a 14.5.14 predicted with a minute to go.
Still not touching the 21.70 of Carup, 21.73 of Carup at the moment, but I doubt it'll be long before we see that taken off the top of the pile for fastest laps. So let's pick up Tommy Hall, car 3, top of the straight right now. There he goes, down past the off-camber sweeper.
Tommy's done a 22.1, his fastest in this one, so not quite sub-22s, but knocking on the door. Coming around and past the driver's stand now. They'll keep a tight line, as we've seen, through practice. Oh, just misses the marshal. God,
wow.
He's hard missed to beat at that point, I'm sure.
He came off of the driver's tabletop there, and you could see the back end of the car just got a little bit squiggly and away from him there as he punched it into the step-up, which I'm sure cut that line past the marshal guard a lot tighter than he wanted to.
Yeah.
There you go, much smoother through there that time. Tommy takes us through. Let's see if he can bang into the 21s this time round.
So I predicted a 12, you predicted a
16.
16. These guys are going to smack in the middle on a 14, I think.
Between us, Mars, we should get it right then, really.
We're not far away.
Okay, so these guys into finishing times now as they cross the line. There you go, a 22.5.14 for Pecco, a 22, a 14.5.14 for Pecco, 14.5.14 for Una, Tommy Hall, 14.5.15, Lee Martin, 14.5.15.
Tommy and Lee, identical times to the 100th of a second.
Incredible. Incredible. So, definitely some changes up at the top, I think, now.
So, Tommy, I think due to being the car 3 and Lee car 4, I think that's why it puts him on the point ahead of him.
Top 7.
Yeah.
Knocked down. So, where we had Alexander Landon top of the pile, Alexander is now 8th overall. So, Pecco currently taking TQ in this one, and Una Hatton just after Pecco. We've got Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, Ben Smith, Jamie Gabrielson, and Neil Cragg. The only other effect to the top 10, Jesper Rasmussen has been knocked down to the 11th spot by Max Gotzel. Now, anybody doing anything better than a 14 in a 5.19 is going to affect the top 10. So if you keep your eyes out there, for anybody looking like they're going to be doing some 14s.
I think with these drivers coming up next, Pecco, current TQ, could just about hang on in the back of the A, possibly.
Yeah.
Shall we go through the drivers? Heat number 9 coming up. We've got
Do it.
car number 1, Marcus Carup. Car 2, Bruno Coelho. Car 3, Michael Orlowski. 4, Misha Vidmeyer. 5, Kay Frainer. What a drive that was yesterday. I was watching on camera.
Impressive.
I had loads of comments from people last night talking to us about it who'd obviously seen it.
Yeah.
And said, you guys could not have called that any better to watch, Kay. It was absolutely awesome to see. So, car 6, Josh Holdsworth. 7th, Noah Ben Mohammed. 8th, Paul Crompton. 9th, Yor Neumann. 10th, Daniel Kobovic. So, not sure what car you're going to pick up to start with, but at some point in the run, we definitely need to have a look at car number 5, which is the all-grey machine, which is Kay Frainer. End of the round after this one is a short gap. So anyone watching online want to say hello or ask any questions or talk to us, feel free to get your comments in now. And me and Matt will have a quick look at it after this top heat's gone round.
So we've got about a minute left. So these guys are going to hear us about 10 seconds after we say it. So hopefully some chats are going to come in. However, we've got some people chatting online anyway. Amzi SMB says 14 lappers now coming in. They sure are. We've been looking at that. Says 1776 Patriot. Amzi's thumbs up. The red censored. No, don't know. That's not to do with us. One man says, morning ups, love the coverage, listening only as I'm driving my truck back up country from Dartford. Well, do take it steady, keep your eyes on the road and your ears on us. There you go. If you want 6, yeah, okay. Sounds the S&B says, go Tommy. Who else have we got? Lee having a better time in four-wheel drive. He certainly is. Mark Burton Young says, Paco on fire. Amzi says, driving is amazing. So close on times. It is incredibly close out there. Great run for Lee from Dave Loxley again.
We're down 10 seconds, so you want to get
back up. Sorry,
Paul
chaps.
following on this one.
Who are we going around with?
Who do you want to go with? Car 1, Marcus Care up, lead them off.
Let's give Marcus some love for now.
He has got the hot lap so far today, what we've seen. On the same wavelength.
There you go. 21.73 is the hot lap to beat.
So I think these guys are going to step it up again, and maybe around a 5.10 may come in on this one.
5.10. That is a pace, that is. So we'll see. I think Coelho and Orlowski certainly got the skills there to be able to pull it in. Coelho with a 22.1 out of the blocks. 22.2 for Woodmeyer. Kerop on a 22.4. Frenner on a 22.5. Actually, only the bottom three there. So Kobovic, Mohammed and Holdsworth all within the 23s. Everybody else 22.6 or below on their opening lap.
21.74, Bruno Coelho. Not quite Marcus's 21.73.
21.89 from Kerop as well.
Yeah.
So these guys certainly laying it down now. We know we're definitely going to be affecting top times we're into the 21s and they can keep it on their wheels.
I think we should have another lap with Marcus and then probably switch to Bruno as he's the man on the move at the minute.
Yeah, let's do it. So see Marcus out for this one. Now Marcus feeling the pressure. So he is a young lad, is Marcus. So maybe not the experience of some of the other guys out on the field, like the likes of world champion forward drive, current world champion Bruno behind him. And I think pretty much anybody, no matter how steely your disposition is, if you had Bruno coming up behind you in a four-wheel drive, Muzz, you'd feel that, wouldn't you, from quite a way away, I'd imagine?
You certainly would, and you're soon going to see Bruno in the same camera shot as we can now see. I think Paul just drops back to Bruno, the orange car. Just keep an eye on him, what he's doing.
So Bruno, as you can see, doesn't look the fastest car out there than in his driving style. However, he is ultra smooth.
He's carrying so much corner speed. Or you watch him go down into the bomb hole and the speed to come back through the chicane, as we've said, and this line here past the driver's stand.
Yeah, see, they don't. Good. The top drivers don't jump that there. They literally just hop up those steps and their front wheels touch the top peak of the step up, and they are driving instantly. So they're pulling all the way through that step up corner there. So Coelho comes round. He is right up behind Marcus at the moment. So Marcus is going to have to be careful that he stays on his lines and keeps himself going. What are we on lap times now, Muzz? Have we had anything affecting the top one? There's still a 21.74 from Bruno, I think, is fastest out there.
Yeah, Marcus did 21.88 earlier. Orlowski's done a 21.80. Marcus just had a big crash off camera, I can see. Oh, no, sorry, it wasn't Marcus. Similar body shows up on two wheels, Marcus was. Got away with it. So maybe Bruno 21.92 last time through.
So Bruno taking a much tighter line through the opening, through the corner at the end of the straight than a lot of the drivers here. Now he is right up on Marcus now. Now these guys, they are pulling as hard as they can. So, oh, wow, that was close. That was close. So Marcus lost the back end, kind of had a bit of a squiggle with the extra grip these guys have got there, and it flicked his car across the track right in front of Bruno. They must have been millimetres apart there when they went past each other. Bruno now is going to be pushing as hard as he can to create the gap behind Marcus, but you can see there, Marcus, now he's got Bruno in front of him, all of a sudden he's got the world champion showing him exactly where he should be braking, exactly where he should be turning, and that makes the difference. Now you see where Bruno was catching Marcus before. Marcus is now able just to hang on to the back of Bruno all the way through. Now, who's this coming up on? That's Kay Frenner there. So both of them passed Kay. Both of them passed the step up through the switchbacks nicely. They are absolutely hanging on to the back of each other. Marcus doing everything he can to stick with Bruno there. He's obviously got a much better line through the roller than Bruno has, because that seems to be right where he really makes up all of the time that he loses down the straight.
And as that famous saying, it's easy to follow, and Marcus proving that right now.
Okay, so the gap's there. We'll see him close in as they go past. No, he doesn't do it that time. Takes a much wider line out of it. Catches him through the second hairpin, though.
Bruno's getting a little bit scrappy now with Marcus putting the pressure on him behind, and Marcus goes back through, which is probably better for Bruno, just to let him go, sit within the stagger, and just sit behind him. All Bruno needs to do is follow Marcus round due to the stagger start on this. So that means Marcus went off 1.5 seconds, I think it is, before Bruno.
Wow, look at the turn of pace on Marcus now. He's opened that gap up to Bruno. Bruno, obviously the experienced guy here, so he would have let Marcus go through just to give himself that little bit of space and relax. But what's happened? He's let Marcus go through, and Marcus has gone, thank you very much, Bruno. I don't care if you're world champion. I am going to pull away from you. And that is it. So,
and what was Muzz's prediction time? Look at that.
Wow.
I was 200ths out.
Bang on there, mate. Absolutely bang on with that one. So, everybody affecting the top 10 down to 7th. So, you're seeing up to 7th there is, I think, almost.
I know. Only top 4.
7.
Top 4. Pecco from the last one still holding 5th, just about.
Oh, yeah, so he is. Yeah, sorry.
So Bruno took it from Marcus Kerr up. Michael Olowski within 0.3 of Marcus right at the end there. So I'm just looking at the time schedule. Oh, we've got a bit of time before Q2, so do you want me to try and grab a word with Bruno for us?
Can do, yeah. So there you go. Bruno TQ after round number 1 of qualifying. As we go into round number 2 shortly, they're going to come about 11:54. So we've got about 10 minutes before round 2 starts. We're going to pop into a very quick ad break now, and we'll see you in about 30, 40 seconds or so. Woo! And we're back. Thank you for sticking with us. We have current TQ man Bruno Coelho with us. Congratulations, Bruno.
Thank you very much.
Happy with that one then?
Yeah, it was a very clear round. I tried to not make any mistake. In the beginning, I saw that Marcus was struggling a little bit, making some bubbles. I was catching him slowly, so I just tried to keep not forcing, just driving. And I see also Orlovsky at a kind of not so good start in the beginning. So I just tried to keep on the wheels. And then when I catch Marcus, and I was already in front of him because I think he had the bubble, I pass him. And then I knew I had 1 second and something to Orlovsky. So my fight was with Orlovsky, not with Marcus. So I just tried to drive until the end without making any mistake. And
we saw you two guys really close on the track out there. Me and Muzz were kind of going, okay, he's got
because Marcus was trying to recover his time, of course, and I was trying to don't lose it. Not making any mistake. I knew my fight was with Orlovsky, so I just tried to keep it running without any mistake. And I still had one bubble in the middle, and then Marcus passed me. But I knew it was like one lap to the hand or two, so I just tried to drive it slowly and not make any mistake.
Yeah, and this is it. Sometimes it's just better to stay on your wheels and stay out of the fight. When someone's pushing as hard as that, they're going to almost take a chance. And if they take a chance with you there as well, both of you are gone, aren't you? So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, Marcus pulled away immediately. Like I think he recovered like half a second in 2 laps to me in the hand. But I mean, it's he needed to risk it because he was already third or fourth, I don't know.
Yeah. And
he needed to risk it. I think he finished still second, so he recovered basically in the last 2 laps because he was forcing a lot. But as we spoke earlier, I mean, it's a price that you need to pay when you risk. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and this time he recovered for sure very well in the last 2 laps and was able to finish second, which is impressive.
Yeah, good stuff. Anybody in the heat other than Michael and Marcus that you're thinking is showing some good pace or more potential than the timings are actually saying?
I didn't see the round before. But I mean, everybody is driving very close. We are talking, if you see the lap times, the best lap times, I mean, everybody's on 22.1s, and I think also on the round before was very close. So I think it's not only between us three, let's say, me, Michael, and Marcus. I think it's between, all top 10 can be very potential winner, let's say.
Okay, yeah. You see your fastest lap at the moment, 21.74. Now, Marcus has the current fastest lap of the day with a 21.73. So 0.01. That's all you've got to make up.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I will try harder next time.
Nice. Yeah, let's see how you get on. Maybe TQ it and then take the chances.
Yeah, probably. I think TQ is more important now than the best lap.
Indeed, indeed. Still, we all want the glory of fastest lap, don't we?
Yeah, normally yes, but I'm okay with the TQ.
No worries. Bruno, superstar, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Really good to speak to you again.
See you later.
We'll catch up with you maybe later. If you TQ the next one, by all means, come on in if you get us out.
I hope. See ya.
Thanks, Bruno. Take care. Thank you. There we go. So we'll hand back to Muzz.
Shall we check on the chat, see if anything's come in while we've got a bit of a gap?
Yeah, let's have a look. So as we do that, you are listening to the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships from Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We are RC Racing TV and Control Sport. I'm here, Matt Guppy, as your host. I'm joined by Muzz Schumacher today to help us through and make sure we keep talking to you guys. I've got Paul Bateman on camera, and Matt McCallum has locked himself in the back of the van, so we're not going to see Matt much today. Let's have a look, Muzz. Who have we got online here? Skunk Boss 03 says good morning from across the pond. A very good morning to you, Skunk Boss. Who else we got there, Muzz?
I'm just looking up the questions. Something to do with question for Muzz, I was just saying.
Okay, Dave Watson says, is there any live timing? Yes, there is live timing. I think there's a link on the Robin Hood Raceway Facebook page.
There is a link on the Robin Hood Raceway Facebook page, and the link is, if I just go to it, bear with us a minute, Dave. Live results are at www.rcresults.org. So www.rcresults.org. Then click on where it says Robin Hood Raceway. You can see all the live timing. Question for me, Matt, you were saying. Let's just see. Okay. Do you think the next generation of cat will stay with belts or change to shaft drive like the rest of the competition?
Oh, I'm going to stay out of this one.
How many times do we get asked this?
I'm not. I gave up asking you that question about 4 years ago because I just got tired of the same answer.
It'd be boring if everybody followed each other, wouldn't it? I have actually put it to Trish. Said, can you make a car with one belt and one shaft, and keep everybody happy? Maybe.
Yeah, that's all you got.
So no comment on that one, I'm afraid.
I mean, do you? I mean, to the guys out there watching and asking that questions, does it seem like the Schumacher four-wheel drive need shafts to be able to keep up with everybody else, or are they doing a perfectly good job as they are?
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people probably don't know, but when you look into all the reasons to have, a belt or the shaft, belts, once you're actually up and running with the car, is more efficient. And power you get now from batteries, brushless motors, there's no issue, as we know, with what power you get. You see Orlowski's car with belts, he's not slow out of the corners, not slow down the straight. So no, as far as I'm aware, belts is the current car, and belts is pretty much as we will stay. If we change to shaft, it's a huge redevelopment on the car.
So the only time in memory that I can think of that I questioned you about the belts was at a Reedy race that Michael attended.
Yeah.
And it was a very short run-up to a big triple on a dirt track. And I can remember texting you and going, Muzz, get him to put a bigger motor in his car. He's not making that triple.
Yeah. However, now, there's not so many dirt tracks around.
No.
And the ones that are tend to be super high traction.
Yeah.
But yeah, it used to be a bit of a problem. But yeah, I think nowadays it's less of an issue.
We are talking a few years ago now.
Yeah, time flies, as they say, when you're enjoying yourself.
It does.
No problem, Dave Watson. You're welcome. Hopefully you found it. And to anyone else out there, that is the link for the live timing.
So we've got a few guys out on track in their master positions at the moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you watching, not sure if anyone's got any interest, but obviously I run and help organise things with the Worksop indoor venue, the Worksop Model Car Club, or Worksop Radio Car Club as we are known. The big event called the EOS is arriving in October. Tonight, Friday, July the 1st, I believe, 8 o'clock, entries go live on MyOCM. So if anyone wants to get involved with that, it's all happening this evening. Just double checking. Yeah, 8 p.m. UK time this evening. EOS for round 3 in Worksop goes live. First time that EOS is visiting Great Britain. Going to be a huge event.
I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will be. So get your entries in, chaps. They start at 8 o'clock this evening.
Good to see people there, and hopefully we can make it a good event for everybody.
Well, the workshop races are always good ones. I've done one of those myself in the past. Challenging track, but worth every second of time that you go up there. It's a great venue. Okay.
See, Trish is giving Jorn a bit of a, this is the line, this is not the line, this is how to jump. That's the new,
you may not recognise Trish.
I was going to say, the new looking Trish, that is.
I noticed since he shaved his hair off, he hasn't stopped wearing a cap. Is that because his head's cold now?
No, it's because he's frightened of getting any sort of sunburn on it. So we've got cloud cover at the minute, so we're all right. But yeah, he's been warned by a few people that with having no hair on his head now.
Oh, it soon catches you.
Yeah.
It soon catches up with you. Okay, so we're going to be starting with which heat in this one, Muzz? I know we're not going off in order. It's heat number 3.
Was it 3?
Q2.
Yeah, heat 3 this round. In 2 minutes, according to the timing. Marshals are starting to arrive on the points.
Oh, look, Graham Northie's just come on. Northie there said, morning, guys. Hope you're both well. We are very, very well. Thank you, Graham. Good to see you on the chat there.
Morning, Northie. Are you coming down this weekend? Finals day tomorrow. I'm sure Northie will probably be heading along to have a look if he can.
Not sure, Jace Potter. No overalls. Jace says no overalls for round one. Is there an issue? Not that we're aware of. I mean, my overalls have come up on my phone, so no idea there. Muzz is just going to have a double check.
Double check. Should be there. I assume he's looking at the online results we've just given the web address for, so we'll double check it. Live races there. Results are all there, Mr. Potter. I think you're looking in the wrong area. So if you go to allthews.rcresults.org, click on Robin Hood Raceway. When that appears, you then click on Results. And then on the next screen, you need to click on where it says round one. It's got all the checker flags. Click on the green R1 at the bottom if you do it on your phone. And then the overalls do not appear. He's right. They should be there. I'll go and have a word of race control.
Go for it. So we got 15 seconds before this goes off. I'll just let you know that car 1 is Lionel Lebez, 2 is Sven Ruddick, 3 Sebastian Landon, then we got 4 Dylan McBurney, 5 is Remy Bertrand, 6 Lucas Didier, 7 Laurent Jesus, 8 Andrew Wesson, and 9 Natalie Williams. So let's
I'll leave you to this a minute, Matt. I'm going to head off to race control and try and get this result sorted out. Well done, Mr. Potter. It all looks like it should be there, but when you click on it, rightly so, it is not there. So we'll try and get that corrected for everybody.
Apologies, Jason Potter. Okay, so have we got Paul up on the camera? We don't at the moment, so we're just going to... Oh, we do have Paul up on the camera. Okay, I'll tell you what, Paul, number 7's just gone underneath me there. Let's follow that one. There we go. So that is the associated of Laurent Jesus that we've got out on track at the moment. Laurent currently lapping at a 24 pace. Certainly going to get him into the 13s, but none of these guys are anywhere near a 14 lapper. 13 in a 5:14 predicted for Dylan McBurney at the moment. So Laurent just coming round there. Over the roller he goes. Natalie Williams just behind him. Yeah, so these guys maybe not quite as smooth as the slightly later heats that we have come through. You can see it's pretty close on the track there. So where they are within a second of the car in front of them, they're actually leading them on the timing clock for their own starting time. So Natalie Williams just goes over there behind Laurent. Laurent's still taking us through. Okay, so there we go through the switchbacks. Nicely down the main straight. Avoids that bobble at the end of the straight that Muzz was pointing out to us yesterday. It's cleanly over the roller. Punches it left. A little wiggle through that chicane there, which is actually a dead straight line. There's quite a wide gap when you go down there. Maybe we'll try and get a video of that a little bit later on. I didn't quite manage to get the track walk I wanted to do yesterday with Neil and Lee. However, during qualifying round 2, I'm not sure anybody's going to be capable of affecting anything further up the standings. However, for a bit of bragging rights and a picture for Facebook, you certainly want to be taking the top spot in your round of qualifying. Okay, so it's the number 4 car of Dylan McBurney that leads us in this one. So we'll switch on to Dylan as he now just comes past us in commentary corner through the switchbacks, top of the straight. There he goes. And that is Dylan McBurney currently leading us out. Best lap of a 23.77, which was his last lap, actually. So Dylan keeping it nice and clean. Too much of a jump there coming out of the step up. So a lot of time is lost on the big jumps there. And you'll see all of the top guys, they don't punch it over that to do the jump. They are literally just hopping up to the top of the hill and then using all of the traction to drive themselves forwards and gain speed rather than losing it whilst they're in the air. So Dylan's still leading us round in this one. 23.59 is fastest lap now. 23.68 as he just crosses the line again. So into the bomb hole. Flicks it left through the chicane. Tabletop number 1 down round the little berm. And over the second tabletop, definitely a different line now, these guys. So, oh, wow, really wide. Just caught that bit of sand. Couldn't hit the braking point there. Lost an awful lot of time. 24.87. So gone from the 23s to the 24s this time round. He's got a nice line through the tabletop section there, though. I think that works for him. And catching the pipe on the way over the step up. Not quite wide enough to hit the Donga Justice yet, though. I'm sure we will see that come into play at some point. Oh, we have just had one underneath us that's hit it, though, but we'll stick with Dylan for the minute. Hey, Paul, how you doing? Come and join us for a sec. So Paul Worsley joins us. Whilst we wait for Muzz to come back from his wanders into race control to get the timing updated. We lost the overalls from round 1, Paul.
Yes, we know why it is. Gareth's correcting at the moment. Lost it. It just didn't transfer over.
That's okay. We thought you'd be all over it, to be fair.
Yeah.
How's the event going for you so far?
Okay. Obviously, weather interruptions have caused a little bit of extra work with updating schedules, doing new schedules, seeing what we can get in, and of course when it's weather you never know for sure whatever you do whether it's going to be right, so you've just got to do the best you can with the information you've got and do everything as early as you can to give yourself some spare time if necessary.
Well, we caught everything up today and running pretty much bang on schedule from what I've seen so far, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I've had to cut a controlled practice round today, which is not too important, to bring everything forward an hour and a half plus, in case this weather comes in and stops us later on this afternoon. So,
well, I've seen it's about 3 o'clock from the predicted times that we're looking, or somewhere between 3 and 4 that it's going to hit us by the looks of it.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we could get 2 qualifying rounds done without the weather affecting it, which is why I cancelled the first controlled practice. It's looking as if it might come in a little later. We might even get 3 rounds in, okay. But that's the job. That's what you have to do, is be aware of it. And the schedules that I do, I've done the same sort of format of schedule for probably 10 or 15 years. So
yeah.
It's just a question of me altering a few figures on my calculations on the side of the Excel, and it's all done.
And we've got some pretty seasoned racers out there that are used to these sort of things. The way the meetings can change with these outdoor meetings, especially. You don't see it so much with the indoor ones, I don't think, because it's you're not fighting weather or the extremities out there, are you? It's just it's straight on through. So it's not often you get big changes in schedules at that point. But for these guys outdoors, it's so changeable with the weather. You do want to make it as fair as you possibly can for everybody that's out on track.
That's the main aim. And of course, most of these people that are here have worked with me at past DC events to achieve the same goal when we got the problems. I mean, I remember the very last one, in fact, in 2019 in Italy. We were forecast rain on the last day, heavy rain, complete flooding of track.
Yeah.
And I just got all the team managers together and said, right, work with me, we can do this, and I can do it all in one day. And we did 5 rounds of qualifying and finals in one day. And
That's a long day.
They worked with us absolutely superbly. Once you lay it out to them what the problem is, and you think you can overcome the problem for them, if they work with you, they do it.
Understanding is the key.
Yeah. And of course, in the main, it's the same people I'm dealing with each year, so they all know where we're coming from and why.
Oh, well, you say that, but this year,
yeah,
things are a little bit different, aren't they? We've got some changes this year coming through, which I think is a welcome and refreshing change to the sport as a whole.
Oh, yeah. I'm absolutely amazed at how much some of the youngsters have, the amount that they've improved over the 2 years where we've been devoid of any major events. I mean, yes, you expect a youngster to get better quite quickly, but the amount that they've got better over those
jump,
2
isn't it?
years is huge.
It has been a big jump, and it is, like you know yourself, you know that 80% is pretty easy to obtain.
Yeah.
Sort of 80% of the skill you need to be up there.
Yeah.
That last little 20% you need to get yourself right up to the top.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the really hard work and the really the super dedicated guys
Yeah.
come in.
I mean, I did a quick calculation last night. Average age of the 10 drivers in the A final was 21 point something years old.
Wow.
That included Neil Cragg at close
Did
to
it?
40. If I took Neil out and divided by 9 instead,
Yeah.
it was 17 point something years old.
Wow.
And you've still got Bruno in there at 30 years old.
Wow. That's dropped. I mean, how has it been sort of compared to other years in that sort of respect?
It's probably not the youngest. Certainly it'll be the youngest in more recent years.
Yeah.
But if you go back to the sort of 90s, mid-90s, late 90s, there was hardly anybody racing in those days with any form that was over perhaps 23, 24 years old.
Okay.
And an A final would most likely be made up of maybe 7 or 8 of them as teenagers.
Yeah.
Back in those days, because there were no old racers then.
No. That's it. It's it's certainly changing. Like I say, it's a welcome and I think refreshing change for everybody that watches and gets involved. Is to see some different names up there. It's been especially in the UK, the Neil Cragg and Lee Martin show for many years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, you could almost predict those two.
Yeah.
Virtually every race you see at the top end, especially. So to have people out there that are challenging them, from what I've heard from Lee and from what I've heard from Neil, they love it. They welcome that challenge because it's something else for them to get their teeth into, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's really refreshing to see. I mean, the one that surprised me, although I had no idea what he was going to do, is young Marcus from Netherlands or Denmark, wherever he's from. I mean, obviously I know his father. I know his father was quite good. So I assume he's getting all the right encouragement and the right directions being told to him. But I've never seen him race, so I got no idea how he was going to do.
Not too sure what's happened to our camera there. We seem to just be focused in on a bit of concrete for the moment.
I just got attacked by 2 wasps.
Paul has just been attacked by 2 wasps, the famous wasps of Robin Hood Raceway, attacking Paul. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Once
I'm
Paul
back.
has applied some sting cream to his face and arms, we'll be back with the moving camera again. Let's see if you can pick up car number 9, if you can, Paul, of James Chappell, who's leading us out in this one. See if we can pick him up as he comes past the window here. We've got a little bit of gap before they start coming around again. I think it's a green one that's just gone over the first tabletop there. No, it's the 8 and the 4, sorry. Apologies for that.
It's going over the tabletop now.
Okay, just come over the tabletop now. There we go. So that's your current heat leader there. Again, nobody really looking at changing, doing anything super spectacular. We got 13s in a 5.9. Looks like James has just had a little bit of a bubble, which has knocked him back to 3rd. So we'll stick with him for the time being. Watch him out for the next sort of couple of laps or so, and then we'll try and swap on to car 2 of Cedric Didier, who is now leading us out, and I'm guessing after a mistake from James, or maybe something. He's jumped up into the lead there, so let's see how it comes as Cedric. Oh, and over he goes, over the roller, catches the inside, up on 2 wheels, and just pops him over onto his back, and as we all know, that is not where you want to be. So you're going to see James bump back down the order as he comes past the line. We'll see how much time that's taken out. So average lap for James, 23.93, but with a last lap of 26.91. So, I mean, you can see yourself, 3-4 seconds in a crash, and all of a sudden you drop right back down the standings. You're never going to gain that time back. Once it's gone, it is gone. So, anybody in particular really impressed you? Other than the likes of Tommy Hall, etc. The won the two-wheel drive championship earlier this week. Anybody really impressing you that you didn't expect so far in the four-wheel drive, Paul?
Yes, some of the foreigners. I mean, Kay Fenner, I didn't expect him to be as high up.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable drive yesterday.
Yeah, that was quite a big surprise to me. And also one of our own British lads that I seeded him for two-wheel drive in the bottom heat because I went on what he'd done previously in Nationals back home. He did Nationals in 2019, which is why he's got a place here. But I think he only did one, maybe, National. He was sort of like 150th overall in the championship.
Wow.
And he was in the bottom heat for two-wheel drive, but he did quite well. He finished quite high up. So that was quite a surprise for me. He was a youngster. But some of the foreign drivers have come on an amazing amount.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see. And quite a lot of new faces. I think it's a total of 29 drivers in this event that have never done a Euros before.
Wow, that's great news.
Yeah.
That's great news.
Okay.
I know we've had some, not quite the numbers maybe we were expecting in this event. There's a few comments been out that it's fairly low attendance and that we should be opening up to wild cards, which I put my opinion out there, and I understand where people see that wild card thing, but I also see it as you open it up too much and it almost loses the fact that it's a Euros and that you've got to do a certain amount of work to kind of get there. And for me, I kind of like the process that we've got to go through to get your entry in. You know, it means that further down the line, if you've got to go through that process, it means the nationals are full because people are fighting to get into the Euros. It means the regionals are full because they're fighting to get their place into the nationals. It means the club events are full because they're fighting to get into the regionals. And it echoes all the way down, right to the very bottom, let's say the bottom end, but right to the very sort of club end entry level.
It has effect all the way down the structure of the sport. It's as simple as that. I mean, this is a ruling for UK. Other countries don't have the same ruling. It's up to them. It's up to each country as to what rules and procedures they operate to choose or select people for an international event. Each country has its own procedures. UK, we established this idea that you will only form an international team from drivers that competed in the last national championship. And they will be given places, if they're at a premium, in the order of where they finished in that national championship for obvious reasons. And that rule in the BRCA, in this section, it's not in every section, was established back in the 1990s. Because we had people then, the ones with the money, I want a place, when they hadn't supported our section. So you're effectively rewarding the people that are supporting your section back home and making your events back home something special. You're making sure they come first because they've done the work to help your section be as good as it is. They deserve the places. It's as simple as that.
And I think the thing that's misunderstood, I think, in this is that when you open it up and you go, okay, everybody that's done all the competitions has entered, we're not getting anybody else that's officially allowed to enter, so we'll now open it up. What that does is it just means that you'll get less people trying to go through to enter because they know all they've got to do is wait for those entries to finish and then go, I've got the most cash, or I've got, I'm the first one at the door, I've got a friend in there. Yeah. And all of a sudden it's changed it again. So,
but of course, the other side of the story is that if this particular event this year wasn't here in UK, let's say it was in Spain or Italy or southern Germany, none of those people that are saying those sort of things about wildcards and that now would even be mentioning it because they wouldn't pay the money to get on the flight and the hotel bills and everything else to do it. They wouldn't even be thinking of it. Yeah. It's only because it's in UK.
And don't get me wrong, we all want to see full events. But at the same time, I want to see full nationals and I want to see full regionals and I want to see club events booming like they were. So I fully understand it, but I can also understand it from the other side as well, Paul. I can imagine, if there's guys at home, that could have been here that hadn't done those nationals. And I mean, the likes of sort of someone like Elliot Boots, for example.
He didn't want to come.
Well, there you go.
He had a place. He got a place.
Oh, wow, okay.
He got a place. He was second on the list for four-wheel drive.
Really?
Well, he finished second in the last four-wheel drive championship. He got a place. Didn't want to come. I mean, what they don't realise is there's 156 drivers on that last championship results. I couldn't find email addresses for probably 5 or 6 of them. But for the other 151, they've all had an email from me asking them if do they want to compete. 151.
Yeah.
All of them have had emails. Some of them have had the email 3 and 4 times and still not bothered to answer to this day.
How many spaces do we get allocated as a country, though? That's the big question.
33% of the total.
Oh, okay.
Maximum. That doesn't mean to say we'll get 33% at every event.
No.
I mean, I can remember days when the events were full. Austria in 2010, which was the first time these guys were at an EFRA event off-road, we were full. I had to argue pretty hard to get 15 places for UK.
Yeah.
Because all the other countries wanted places. It's done on a fair share basis with adjustments around what your country has entered for in past years or previous years, should I say.
Okay.
So if you've got a country that comes along that's only ever sent one driver in all the previous 5 or 6 years to the event, and then they suddenly want 40 places,
Yeah.
no, they're not going to get 40 places. It's done on a fair share basis, looking at how you've supported the EFRA event in the previous years.
It's certainly not a responsibility I would want on my shoulders, Paul, that's for sure.
It's quite simple to do, actually.
It is, but we are dealing with RC car racers here, so it may be simple. Everyone's got an opinion.
I never have any arguments about it at an AGM. I mean, we haven't had to do it in recent years because we haven't had the numbers to fill them up in recent years. But going back sort of 10 years, yes, we did. Well, I say in recent years. No, we had the same problem in Reims for 2018. We were oversubscribed then. I could only give UK so many places. Yeah, UK had more places than other countries because of the numbers that UK had sent to the previous events. Yeah. So I give them more on a fair share basis. I mean, I just produce all the numbers that different countries have sent in previous years and tell them this is what you're due. And nobody argues at the AGM.
No, I doubt they do.
No, they just say, Paul, you've got the figures, just do it.
So we're with Tyler Little at the moment, who is leading us out in this one, I believe. It is Tyler Little. Yeah, he is on for a 14 and a 5:20. So Tyler putting down some hop laps of 22.6. We've got 22.5s and 22.5 or 22.6, 22.96. The three fastest guys on the track. So Dan Pole, Tyler Little and Matt Peters. Only the top two at the moment, Paul, looking to go on to the 14 laps. And I think this is the key, isn't it, to get these higher places, is that 14 lap mark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We saw it was a struggle for the guys to get 14 in two-wheel drive. I did actually think it was going to be a bit slower because of the extra corner we've got here. But that doesn't seem to have really affected the four-wheel drives and the pace they've got on the track.
I think that in a two-wheel drive, although this is coming straight through in two-wheel drive, I think that quite often there weren't many people that didn't have a bobble on landing after the second jump and therefore out of line for continuing the speed round this sort of continuing corner.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make much difference as to whether you've got to make the jump or whether you land awkwardly on the other side of the track.
Yeah. Oh, Tyler Little just getting caught up there. Not anything to do with the car behind him. He had a bit of a dodgy landing. Back end of the car clicked out a little bit and the car behind just got past. So Tyler Little with that work to do to get past him again. 53 seconds left on the clock in this one. It's still Tyler leading us around, even with that mistake. So we'll see as he comes round on the next lap where he is. Okay, so Matt Peters did, just very briefly, there's like just less than a second between them overall on the predicted times. But Tyler Little just hangs on to it in a 13 and a 5.0. So a little bit more pace for Tyler, and he will just pop himself back into those 14 lappers. But everybody at the moment looking at 13 as a predicted finishing time. So we'll just catch Tyler now. He's gone over the line again. Yeah, so still not back onto the 14 pace. I think he would like to after this one, if we can catch him as he goes past the line next. Okay, makes it nicely through the switchback there. And the line should be into a finishing time. So Tyler Little gets it through. So he's through for his 14th. Now, that will really help him. It's going to be a late 14, though, so it'll be sort of a 14 in a 5:20 something, I'd imagine. But still a 14 lapper, so you know that everybody on a 13 you've beaten. Hands down, they're done and dusted as far as Tyler's concerned. So Tyler finishes in a 14 5:22.6.
But I mean, the idea of wanting to get extra people in and things like that, it only happens when it's in this country. If it was abroad, they wouldn't be asking. It's as simple as that. I mean, the 33% rule for any one country having no more than 33%, that came in years ago because some countries completely swamped an event. It didn't look like an international event.
Yeah.
Almost like it is here with 40-plus British drivers here. But I recognised that because the numbers were down, we needed more to make it more viable to run from a financial point of view, from the organisers, obviously. So I waived that 33% rule. We talked about it in EFRA, and I said I needed waived, so we waived it to allow me to ask as many British people that were eligible to come for an entry, and we got 42.
Yeah.
But everybody was asked.
Now you say, although this is held in the UK at Robin Hood Raceway, as we know, in top 10, you only got 2 Brits in there.
Yeah.
So we may have the most, but we definitely haven't got the fastest at the moment in the four-wheel drive, that's for sure. We will see as the time goes on, though, but we're going to head into heat number 6 next. Dom Nunn in car 1, Ben Jameson in the Associated of car 2. Then we've got Yolanda Weird in the X-Ray, Matt Thompson, Schumacher in car 4, Ben Simpson in 5 in the Schumacher, Tom Cockrell, world's finalist from Utabi in the Schumacher in car number 6. Phil Slade there. Probably the oldest guy in this heat is Phil Slade, that's what I'd imagine, in the Schumacher, car number 7.
Could be, yeah.
Baptiste Roach in the Associated of 8, and the number 9 car of Fabian Widmer, in the Associated. So, minute and a half left for these guys. I will let you know that you are joining us here at the EFRA Tony Sport 110 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport.
Why is that in there?
That is in there because they are the title sponsors of the production that we're doing, Paul. That's why it's the EFRA Tony Sport one, not the Tony Sport EFRA. So we are at the Robin Hood Raceway just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. Paul will probably tell me off for saying it's Nottinghamshire and not Yorkshire, as he's up on television and sound in Yorkshire himself. However, we are at Robin Hood Raceway. Huge efforts from the whole team here to make sure the track is looking as fantastic as it does on your screens right now. We've got about 40 seconds before these guys kick off. Who would you like to see go round in this one, Paul? Heat number 6 here.
Tom Cockrell will be quite good, but I'd like to see how Matthew Thompson does, because he's done very well in our nationals this year, much better than he expected or I expected.
That's car number 4, please, Paul.
And he came close to making an A final at Southport when he'd never even made a B final before. No, he's done well this year in comparison to the level he was at when we last had nationals in 2019. So I know he was looking forward to this event.
Okay, I think Matt Thompson's actually going to be the last one off on this one.
Okay.
There he goes.
He obviously had some problems in round 1 then.
Yeah, I think he had a few mistakes in the first round. Okay, we'll get really wide there for the. I think that's the Tom Cockrell's car. To be honest, went really wide over the tabletop. We're with Matt Thompson though. See what he does as an opener. Another gun crashed. So Matt comes round, punches it down the main straight with an opening lap. 23.3. So it does put him just behind Dom Nunn in this one with a 23.17 from Dom Nunn. Come out a little bit squiggly through the centre chicane there. The top guys take that as an absolutely straight line. Oh, there you go. That's not how to work together, but hey-ho. Everybody stayed on their wheels, thankfully. Okay, Matt Thompson nicely round the off-camber sweeper. Over the roller he goes, flicks it back towards the bomb hole there. Jumps out straight through the chicane that time round, no messing about. Nicely over the first tabletop, round the berm, over the driver's tabletop, rolls it through. Past the step up into the switchbacks and fires down the main straight again for a... Ooh, let's have a look. Where's he just gone there? So Matt Thompson last lap was a 23.3. Now that has put him a fair way down. So we only have currently Dom Nunn in the one car predicted for a 14-lap pace in this one at the moment. Still plenty of time to go, so we've still got over 2 minutes in this yet.
Very good.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll catch up with you hopefully before the end of play tomorrow, but pleasure as always. Take care of yourself. Thank you very much, Paul. Okay. So we'll do a bit of Tom Cockrell just for Paul, as he wanted to see him go round a little bit. So let's find Tom in the number 6 car. Should be a sort of whitey coloured body shell for Tom. Maybe coming over one of these 2 white cars, I think, coming past us now. Not that one. Second of those white cars, maybe number 6, is it? That's the 8, the 7, the 1. There's the 6. There he is. There's Tom. So Tom Cockrell over the off-camber sweeper into the roller. It's the hairpin, drops into the bomb hole. Flicks left through the centre chicane. Lovely straight line there for Tom. Around the little berm, over the driver's tabletop he goes. A bit wider there probably than he wanted to go, and a bit more air time. See, then that air left him in the air, unable to brake for the entry to the switchbacks. Let him go absolutely, well, I'll say absolutely, a little bit wide onto the sand, which has obviously lost him a bit of drive there. So that would have cost him a bit of time doing that. Surprising how much that actually costs when it comes down to end results. Tom running in 6th at the moment, running in 5th, sorry, at the moment. Tom obviously knows this track like the back of his hand. Raced here many, many times over the years. Will know all of these bumps personally, as I'm sure most of them have probably caught him out on one lap or another as time's gone by. And Tom keeps one wheel on the floor as he goes up through the step-ups there. Okay, so still only the number 1 car of Dom Nunn in this one. If we can find the number 1 of Dom Nunn for the last sort of 50 seconds or so, that would be super. There we are, just gone past me there, the pink and blue down the main straight. Lovely. So that is your leader, Dom Nunn. Oh, that was a bit of luck there. He went wide and cut back in on the car behind him, which I think is the 2 car of Ben Jameson, actually. Ben's, there you go. These 2 guys absolutely all over each other at the moment. Ben's way down the list, though. So Dom still the only one predicted on a 14. Baptiste Roach has a chance. He's on a 13.5 dead at the moment. Predicted. So Dom comes past us again. He should just sneak through this time. Okay, on to his 14th lap he goes. Everybody else finishing as they cross the line. So Dom Nunn looking at a late 14. Let's see as he crosses the line exactly what his time is. And go knocked a second off his predicted time. So 14 in a 5:20 for Dom Nunn. We'll get some results up for you in a second. Just let you know where we are with everybody. Okay, so that does put Dom Nunn top of the pile as we sit here. So 14 in a 5:20.88. Tyler Little second with a 14.522.65. And those 2 so far the only 2 on 14 lap pace. Everybody else into the 13s. Matt Peters will be disappointed with a 13 in a 5 dead. Although a very, very good time. I'll be disappointed he didn't quite sneak through for that 14th lap. We got Baptiste Roach there. 13 and a 5 dead. Matt Thompson, 13.52. Dan Pole, 13.53. Tom Cockrell, 13.53. Ben Jameson, 13.54. Phil Slay, 13.54. Yolanda Weird, 13.54. You can see how tight these times are. Literally a second separating 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. So that's your top 10 at the moment. We were 2 minutes away from starting heat number 7 of round 2 of qualifying. Car 1 in heat 7, Alexander Landon. And we've got Jamie Hall in car 2, Clement Boda car 3, Jesper Rasmussen car 4, car 5, Wesley Van Helmond, Elias Johansson, car number 6 in the Serpent. And we've got the 7 car of Luke Holdsworth, 8 car of Ed Callan, and number 9 of Moritz Lautenbach, or Mortis Lautenbach, as I like to call him. So Moritz Lautenbach in car number 9. So he's been to say hello to everybody out there. Thank you very much for joining us. And you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Hobbywing and Tony Sports. We're at Robin Hood Raceway. We're just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. I am joined today by Paul Bateman up on the television tower in our camera crew, or as our cameraman. We got Matt McCallum. He's unlocked the door of the van. Must have needed to breathe in there. I know it's an airtight box once that door's shut. So Matt just in the side of the van there doing his thing. But hi to everybody out there online. We've got about 50 seconds for me just to run through and have a look. Do you use OBS for adding time to the feed? No idea. Absolutely no idea. One man, Paul, respect to you, my friend. Without you and the other officials, we wouldn't have a sport. Thank you all. Not too sure whether we wouldn't have a sport. It might not be the same as it is now, or might not be quite as strict maybe on the old rules there, but I think we probably have a sport. So Tommy Tams says, Paul's done so much for a sport over the years, and what a nice guy. Thank you, Paul. Hiya, Tommy. Great to know you are out there listening. Paul has done a phenomenal amount for RC racing in the UK over the years. I don't think there's anybody that can argue with that. 4 seconds to go, so let's just lead off with the first car out in this one. Alexander Landon then taking us around in the orange with the yellow wheels. These first few laps nice and clean if they possibly can. Switchback's done clean. Nice tight line around the first corner. Keeps it sweet over the off-camber roller. Camber corner, sorry, off-camber sweep. Drops it into the bomb hole. Yeah, a little bit squiggly through there. Not quite the straight line you'd want to do. So, let's see, up over the step up. Keeps one wheel on the floor, so he's got plenty of drive as he comes out there and punches it down the main straight. So let's drop back one car to Jamie Hall. There he is. Jamie currently running second in this one. 22.4, 22.5 are the lap times we're looking at.
Oh, that was a dong.
Wait a minute, that wasn't Jamie Hall. Apologies, that wasn't Jamie Hall there. That is Jamie Hall, sorry. I'd lost him on my list, Paul. I couldn't see his name on my list. Oh, nightmare for Jamie there. Catches the pipe on the way out of the chicane and will lose a considerable amount of time. As you see, 0.1, 0.2 of a second, and drop you down several places in this. So the amount of time that Jamie lost on that one, let's see what his last lap came through as. Jamie Hall's last lap, 23.78 compared to 22.59 as his fastest lap. And it has put him down into 8th in this one so far. So Jamie going to be pretty annoyed by that. We won't have written this round off yet. Knows how things can change quite quickly. So if we can find the number 4 car of Jesper Rasmussen, that would be super duper. I'll see if I can pick him up as he comes past. I think the sort of pinky car going over the tabletops now. One of these ones. There you go, the one that's just come past me, Paul. He's actually just in front of Jamie there. So the car in front of Jamie is Jesper Rasmussen. Extremely quick guy is Jesper from Denmark. So you can see Jamie Hall closing in on Jesper though. Although Jesper just stretching his legs down the straight a little. It'll be through the infield where Jamie seems to catch up. Just a really wide line from Jesper through there. Lost himself at least a couple of tenths on that corner. Oh, nice as he comes up there, through over the step up. That's certainly gained him a little bit of time. And nobody's got an answer for Alexander Landon except Clement Boda at the moment. So Clement Boda, fastest man out on the track overall. We have the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in this heat, all looking at a 14-lap pace. So certainly affecting the top 10 as they come through. Fastest, like I say, predicted is a 14.5.16 from Clement Boda. That should make quite a difference to the top there. I'm just going to have a look at the overall times quickly. Timothy Thompson joins us online, says, nice one. These cars are well rapid. They are well rapid. And these are the top guys in Europe doing their thing. Let's see if I can find my timing again. There we are. Okay, so Dom Nunn, current TQ with a 14 in a 5:20. So it looks like the top 3 at least. Looking to affect the top time there. Knocked Dom Nunn down into 4th spot by the looks of things. Hiya, Muzz, you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back, Matt. I was back a while ago, but I saw that someone had occupied my position.
He snuck in.
He snuck in. Yeah.
And then he was just here forever.
Well, I went to find out about timing. I found out about timing, and I came back, saw Mr. Worsley was here, and knew I wasn't required for another hour.
Yeah, you do. It does take about an hour to say hello to Paul. And passing.
So the news on the timing is they was aware of it, they was working on it, and hopefully, I would assume by now, I will double check, it should be working. And it certainly is.
Excellent news.
So, all the W's. www.rcresults.org is your web address to go to for live results.
Okay. If everybody wants to go and have a look at the live results, that's where you go. This one's done, and in the books, though, and we have got top 7. We're actually waiting for Wesley Van Helmont to cross the line by the looks of things. So, that's me. There we go. Sorry, just explaining the mute buttons to Muzz there. So Wesley didn't come through for his last lap. So he got the 14th lap, decided not to take it, so he's gone for the quickest 13-lapper ever. A 13 in a 4. Where is he? Oh, no, it says on that one, it says he's gone through for it. Over here, no.
No, this is estimated where I've on. So that's what he would have done if it had continued. So if I change it to this for you, result, he's not made it.
No, he hasn't made it. So 13 in a 4:58. Not usually what we'd expect guys to see, but I don't know whether he had a breakage or anything on that last one that would have stopped him. on the very last lap, which would be incredibly disappointing for Wesley. He would have put an awful amount of effort into there. So let's pop that back on the predicted when we can, Muzz.
There we go. Lovely. So looking at the results, so it's www.rcresults.org and then click Robin Hood Raceway. Click on results and then you'll see all the results come up. If you want the overall from each round, if you're looking on a phone, on a smartphone, press the green R1 for the end of round 1, green R2 for the end of round 2. So you press R2 now, which is where we are. Alexander Landon, 14.518.51 is the current TQ time in this round.
So we've got Heat 8 coming up next, Muzz. Car 1 of Una Hattinen in this one. 2, Pekka Ivanen in the Schumacher. Tommy Hall, car 3 of Associated. Lee Martin in the Yokomo, car 4. Max Gotzel in car 5. Neil Cragg in the Associated, car number 6. Hubert Honegal in car 7 in the X-Ray. We've got 8 of Jamil Gabrielson in the Schumacher. And then Ben Smith in the Schumacher in car number 9. We haven't seen much of Craggy, have we? Let's get car number 6 and Neil Cragg in this one. Let's give Craggy some love. I think he needs it.
He's working his way up from talking to him earlier.
I feel bad because I predicted Lee in the last one. I discounted Neil, which I never should do.
But as we know, when we're on here, we are neutral.
Oh, absolutely neutral. Absolutely neutral. I will be happy for whoever wins this, regardless of even if it's an X-ray. I'm only joking, of course. Bruno, an absolute superstar, lovely, lovely guy when he comes in, and we absolutely do, with the whole of our hearts, wish him the best of luck for the win on this one, like we do with everybody else that's out on track.
No disrespect to Bruno, but I'm hoping to get another different driver in for you at the end of this round with a different TQ, but we'll wait and see.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. He looks pretty unstoppable at the moment.
I wasn't just meaning Olasky, by the way. I meant any different driver, because we do want to mix it up a little bit for everybody. It makes it more interesting, doesn't it?
We do. Well, let's root for Craggy to get a TQ and get him in again. And mind you, we've spoken to Craggy, so let's get Juna a TQ on this one.
Yeah, Juna. Ben Smith's got some pace as well, as we've seen, as long as he can hold it together. I'm expecting a little bit more from Tommy Hall. I don't think we've seen potential from him as yet.
So Neil's car looks a little bit soft on the back end there. Looks like it's digging in a little bit on the hard corners.
I don't think you can question Mr. Craig's setup that Mikel have been working tirelessly on, but...
Oh, you have a look when he comes over this...
We'll see.
So when he comes down here...
Oh,
the Dong of Justice claims Neil Cragg as its most famous victim.
It was just a clip on the outside, so I think he's got away with it.
It is. He would have lost some time there, but it wouldn't have been a huge amount of time. Champion's roll, as we normally see from Neil.
When I say got away with it, I mean as in not broken.
Yes.
He's looking like he's carried on. Here he comes again, different line this time. Still going pretty close to it.
Certainly played it safer that time round, though, didn't he?
He did.
Tommy Hall does lead us round in this one, though. So Tommy lapping in the 22, so a real low 22.16 for Tommy on his best lap.
Predictor 5:14 at the moment. A minute and a half gone. So we got on camera at the minute. We got Neil Woodward. Shall we go to Tommy?
Yeah, let's drop back to Tommy if we can.
Car number...
Some long laps coming in. I think people's missing the loop. I think the timing might have a problem.
Oh dear.
Not sure if they're picking up on that race control or not.
Yeah, I think we've lost the timing for some reason. So we're looking at last laps of a minute plus. And that is certainly not correct. So Tom's got up. Michael Orlowski's dad looking at the timing screens in a panic. Simon Moss.
Moss has already picked up on that. Can hear about the loop, so...
Already picked up.
I was just phoning Mr. Worsley to tell him, but I think they'll be aware of it.
We'll see how they go with this one, but that's going to be an incredibly difficult one to time.
So we can't see individual laps on our timing screen at the minute, so we'll call it as we can see it. So I saw Lee Martin, Tommy Hall, Pecco and Una, I think, possibly all had the missed lap, so I think they're going to have a lap added on.
Tommy Hall just dropped into the bomb hole behind Lee Martin there, through the chicane, over the first of the tabletops, around the berm, driver's tabletop.
She'll pick up Tommy then, because we think he's over lap. So car 3, just
That's
coming
it.
onto the straight.
They're on him. Yeah, this has certainly made a bit of a change to things, hasn't it? I wonder what's happened there, Muzz.
Not sure. I'm sure the guys will be on it. Gareth and the EFRA team over at Race Control.
We switch back in now.
Yeah, he just literally lost a lap. So, I mean, there is connections around the track on the loop. So it only takes someone to have hit the loop box or a wire or something, but it seems to have corrected itself.
Okay, we're still with Tommy Hall at the moment with about 1 minute and 15 left to go in this one.
So this is definitely a provisional result at the moment.
Looks like Ben Smith is out of this one, unfortunately for Ben.
Yeah, he was out early doors, Ben was, unfortunately, looking at it.
Looks like Tommy Hall's right at the back of the pack here, which doesn't seem... I haven't seen Tommy make any mistakes yet, so... Yeah, maybe a bit of an issue with the timing after this one's come through. Maybe some extra laps to add on for people.
Definitely issue with timing. The live timing's gone down altogether on the live race on BBK at the moment, so I'm sure Gareth and Eugene will be on it to try and fix it.
Let's pick up Max Gottsel, who's just at the bottom of the straight there on the off-camber sweeper, just going over the roller now. Yellow and green into the bomb hole. Okay, so that's Max Gottsel, currently running in second overall by our weird, I'm not sure how accurate timing. Obviously accurate down to the 100th of the second, but with a issue with the loop, we're not sure if that's actually been corrected or whether we got extra laps to add on at the end for anybody.
Definitely several laps, I think, but we'll see. Once this is over, we'll actually be able to see what the laps
Craggy's gone over just before the tabletop there, lost himself a huge amount of time. I've got a funny feeling they might just rerun this one, Muzz.
Not sure. They may do. They've got most of the laps, so because it's the laps that are missed mid-run, it's very easy to identify it to just manually add them in.
Okay.
If they don't get the finishing time, which is what they're hoping for now as they're finishing, then there's definitely a big problem on it. And that's when a rerun could be possible. I think they're getting finishing times looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
let's see if we can listen to what Race Control's saying.
Hang on.
Matt's just popped out, just to have a quick listen, but seeing if we can get an update from what Race Control's saying. That is definitely an incorrect result that is on your screen at the moment, though, from heat number 8.
Okay, so, according to Simon Moss, timings are correct.
Definitely not. Unless several cars missed the loop, which I didn't see anyone go wide on the straight because the loop is halfway down the straight. So if you miss the loop, you're off into the scenery and need marsh then. You're into the barriers or into the marshal guard. So I'm pretty sure they'll be checking this one at Race Control. Craggy's heading to his marshal point, so maybe Matt can just pop out and ask him. So while he's doing that, I'm going to read you through heat number 9 coming up. And the drivers are Marcus Carup, car number 1. Bruno Coelho, car 2. Michael Olowski, car 3. Misha Widmeyer, car 4. Kay Frayner, car 5. Josh Holdsworth, car 6. Noah Ben Mohammed, car 7. Paul Crompton, car 8. Jon Neumann, car 9. Daniel Kobovic, car number 10. So some very fast drivers coming up in this next one. The weather's actually looking a little bit better than it was predicted earlier. So time schedule shows we're doing 3 rounds of qualifying today. The update I was getting very short time ago was potentially running Q4 of qualifying today as well if the weather stays with us.
Well, we heard from Paul Worsley when he was in here that they cut the first round of time practice off this morning.
Yeah.
Just to try and push it forwards a little bit and get us in and done before the rain comes in later on this afternoon, or predicted rain comes in this afternoon. But We're under sort of patchy blue skies at the moment, but there are some big old clouds off to the left-hand side of TV Tower that look like they could be causing us some issues later on. So hello to everybody out there that is joining us. Thank you very much.
Just checking the lap times on the last run, and lap number 3, definitely an issue for everybody looking at this.
Well, David Watson asks if they are running a backup loop here. I think there's 2 loops, aren't there?
There are 2 loops, yeah.
So there are 2 loops on the track. Obviously, the team's made sure they've got every eventuality covered as best that they possibly can. Little Style RC says, hi from the UK pits. Hi, Davey, how you doing? Hello to the UK pits. It's going to be a thriller, says Bench Talk RC. Hi to all the UK guys, says David Watson. And Raceway 1 says, Little RC, hi David. Thanks for all the videos. It's been great.
If you're listening in the pits, Davey, when me and Matt require some lunch, we might give you a shout if that's all right.
There's a pack of yellows in it for you if you do. So Bruno's going to lead us off in this one. Let's stick with Bruno for a mo. About 18 seconds left before they kick off on this.
Yeah. So Alexander Landon still showing TQ on a 14.518. For what I'm working out, I think there's a couple of cars, or at least more than a couple, gone quicker from the last one. So we'll get the results checked, I'm sure, with race control shortly.
So off goes Bruno. You might find there's a slight delay with the results as they get them done after this round's finished. Obviously, this isn't going to be the final heat that we see in this round because I think we started with heat 3. We did. So we've still got heat 1 and 2 after this top heat has gone out. So Bruno bringing this round. Squiggly as he comes off the step up.
So I think if the lap is added from the last one as we predict, Max Goetzel was maybe going to go TQ, but we shall see. So Michael Olowski come out swinging on this one, a 22-0 off camera. Bruno, as we're watching, is a 22-1.
22-1 for Kerup as well, 22-1 for Widmer. Wow, top 4, all 22-1 and below.
22-2 for Coelho last time through. He leads Orlowski by 0.05 of a second after a couple of laps. So we'll let him get settled in, see what these guys are doing. Bruno just coming past the driver's stand now. And passes us. Goes round, left, right. Down the main straight goes Bruno Coelho. And that one was a 21.90.
Wow.
So we can see it was looking quick. He's not the quickest of the day, but he's getting very close to it now. 22.01 off camera for Orlowski. So Coelho really pushing on this lap, as we can see. He's giving it a little bit extra every time. This lap is looking even faster, possibly. 10th off, 22.0. So Bruno leads Orlowski by 0.4 at the sharp end. Marcus Kerup just 0.6 further back from this pair.
I'll be interested to see see Bruno's coming right through the centre of the tabletop here every lap. I'm going to be really interested as the finals kick off to see how they come through those tabletop sections there.
Yeah.
He is keeping it tight though, certainly keeping the pedal down. Bruno's still out in front at the moment, 5 in a 150. Orlowski in a 5 in a 151.04, so about 0.3 between them overall at the moment, between Bruno and Orlowski.
Sit with Bruno at the end of this lap, and then shall we pick up Michael chasing him down, just 0.3 behind Bruno?
Definitely.
Orlowski on 2 wheels coming past race control. We'll pick him up as he comes onto the straight.
There he goes, round the first corner into the off-camber sweeper.
Paul straight on it. One back, Paul.
One back, mate.
That's Marcus. Here comes Orlowski into the bomb hole.
Quick, eh?
So 0.6 of a second covering the top 3. Coelho, Orlowski and Kerup. We'll keep an eye on what they're doing. They're all really pushing on this time. Very fast times coming in from all 3. 21.84 off camera for Coelho last time through. Orlowski 21.92 you've just seen. Kerup doing a 21.82 also. So 0.6 still split the top 3.
A few of them in the 21, so 21.9 from Noah Ben Mohamed as well on that last lap from France. So everybody really pushing. Orlowski really close to the Marshall point there.
Wasn't leaving a lot to spare there, was he?
Certainly not. He is pushing with everything he's got in the Schumacher. So over the roller he goes, flicks it back.
And Care Up just a little bit ahead of Orlowski on track. He's really pushing on 21.88 last time through, so he's within 0.3 of Coelho. Orlowski just a couple of tenths further back, so now half a second covering the top three.
And that was Kay Frenner that he's got past there on the last. Orlowski's over on the off camber.
Huge crash for Michael.
And he's going to be disappointed with himself for that one. Just catches the inside there, just flicked his car up and over he goes. So we'll see where that puts him. But Kerup has gone past Coelho in this one. So we're looking at a possible. I know Coelho's just don't leave himself back up until Kerup crosses the line. So Kerup now leading Coelho by 0.1 of a second on their overall times. Orlowski's managed to hang on. Crompton's just bumped Orlowski down into fourth in this one.
She'll pick up Care Up at the end of this lap. He's just coming past us now, Paul. Car number one.
There he
That's
goes.
the one. Straight on it.
Flicks it through down the main straight. He goes over the loop for a
22.2. 45 seconds to go. 1/10 of a second between Care Up and Coelho. Those two checked out from the rest of the field on this one. So it's all down to these guys. I think Care Up's got another late 21 in this. This car is looking fast this lap. He's definitely reeling in on Bruno on the stagger. It's 22.1, so he's still just ahead of Bruno by a couple of tenths. 20 seconds to go.
Orlowski back up into third. We'll see how he holds as everybody else goes past. So he's made up the time on Crompton from that last little crash.
Coelho's had a mistake just in front of us as Care Up coming through.
Care Up goes. That is over a second now in front of Coelho as he's got past him.
So Coelho's coming back.
Care Up makes a terrible mistake as he comes off the off-camber sweeper there, lets Bruno go back through. That little bit of extra pressure of letting Bruno go earlier on, and obviously too much for him to take. Now he is right on the back of Bruno still as they come round for the last lap. Bruno's not going to move now. He's just going to push to the line.
That mistake from Care Up could bring several others into play, possibly. Not sure if they was too far behind. Crompton or Orlowski wasn't too far off.
So 14 in a 5.10 from Kerup, 14 in a 5.11.8 from Bruno, 14 in a 5.13.99 from Orlowski. Crompton, 13 in... Crompton should drop down there. So Widmeyer, 14 in a 15.20.
I'm just going to grab Care Up from TQ from that round.
Let's do it. He's going to go straight out to Marshall. Do you want to wait till the end of round one? Or is he going to have... He's not going to have a lot of time, is he? So we hang on to the end. We've got two more heats to go. So we've got heat 1 and heat 2 to go. And then we'll go out and we'll grab Kerup to come in and have a chat with us.
Good call. We don't want to do anything that's going to get him a possible penalty, do we?
I literally just thought as you were going off, yes, we'll get him in.
I'm off. I'll see you later. So even if they correct the times which we think will be happening on some of these others, Kerup still gone top of the pile quicker than the other heat.
We still haven't seen anything affecting that 21.73 of Kerup's fastest lap yet, though.
No, track's definitely lost a little bit, I think. Or they're just not risking it past that Marshall. Just as you come up the step up, you've got to be brave if you're going to go fast and get closer to that Marshall guard. It's risky. So the guy's just coming out now to Marshall. 2 minutes counting down to the start of the next heat, which is heat number 1, is it, I believe we go to? So drivers heat 1 coming up is car 1, John Mile, car 2, Chris Bowden, 3, Andrew Rennick, 4th, David Karadek, 5, Chris James, or CJ as he's known, 6, Miklos Zabados, 7th, Felix Arnold, 8th, number 8 is Harold Valdez, and number 9, Nina Arnold.
So unofficially, your top 10 after that last round. And we do say unofficially because you've got to remember the heat before needs its times and laps updated. You've got Kerup in a 14.5.10. Bruno in second spot, 14.5.11. Then Orlowski in third, 14.5.13. 14.5.14 for Hatnan.
Ivanen in a 14.5.15. Whitmire in a 14.15 as well. Crompton 14.5.15. Ben Mohammed 14.5.15. So 6th, 7th, and 8th, less than a second. Actually, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, less than a second between them. Then we've got Lee Martin on a 14.5.16. And Jorn Newman on a 14.5.17 to round out the top 10 there. So unofficial numbers on the board.
Almost certain several of those are going to change.
Yeah. But we'll come back to you with that.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if Kerup actually keeps that TQ spot compared to the last round once those numbers have gone in.
He still will do. Even adding a lap to those other guys, I can't see them being any faster.
I don't think anybody finished in a 5.10, did they, or below that?
It looks about 5.17, 18, I think, from what I was looking at. So we'll get Heat 1 and Heat 2 out of the way, finish this round off, and then we will grab Marcus Kerup, if he was TQ in round 2, for a quick chat for everybody. Anyone's got any questions, give us a shout out online. After this round, me and Matt will go through them with you. I've got a few minutes gap, so if you've got any questions, anything you want to know, please ask and we'll do our best to answer for you. So, Heat 1 is underway. Maybe pick up, we've got Paul still up there?
He's not up there at the moment, no.
Okay.
So no moving camera as we speak. I'll let you know when Paul goes back up and we can follow somebody around, but we'll watch lap times as these guys head out now. So... Again, lap times drop right down into the sort of 25, 26 seconds on their opening laps.
So David Karadek leads them round from Miklos Zabados, Andrew Rennick. Your top 3, cars 4, 6 and 3. Try and see where they are.
Okay, we're going to get Paul back on for the next opening round of qualifying. So when we go through qualifying again, so we'll get these 2 rounds out the way. And we'll probably jump into a quick ad break after these 2 are done, whilst Muzz goes and finds Mika.
Bit of a race of marshals there from Vidmeyer and Keith Rayner. Vidmeyer was the quickest, just as you saw on the camera just below us. Karadek leads by 1.5 seconds from Andrew Rennick. Miklos Zabados half second further back. Then comes Chris Bowden, just 1 second off that as well. So pretty tight. European racing here, always tight, always close. 2.5 seconds covering the top 5. Oh, someone just gave the dong a bit of a slap.
Was that Freddie Russell by any chance?
I don't think it was Freddie. It was the orange car over that was. It's just rolled over. I'll tell you who it is next time round.
Freddie's in this heat, is he? No, he's not.
All orange machine coming round. So I can see which driver's following it on the rostrum. That one there.
Number 3.
Oh, number 3.
Andrew Rennick.
Andrew Rennick.
Dong of Justice claims another victim today.
The Irish victim today. Northern Ireland, I believe.
Fortunately, driving a tough old car there, so that one survived it. Can't say the same for everybody that's hit it so far. Makes it past this time.
Right on 1 o'clock as well, so it was the the right timing for the dong. So David Karadek, 3 seconds to the good now from Chris Bowden. Scratch that, John Mile gone back to second. Bowden 3rd, Rennick 4, Felix Arnold 5. So
Marshall in front of us to the right, just having a bit of a limp across the track there. I'm not sure if he got hit by a car at any point there.
No, it's Vidmeyer. It was when he was putting the brakes on, slowing down when him and Kay was having a race that I was talking about. I think he was... we'll see how he gets across to the next one. I'm sure there's going to be another one that's going to crash somewhere for him to run to. Miklos Zabados car number 6, man, when he's on that one. There you go. No, number 8.
Oh, no, he looks all right now. Might have been a bit of sand in his shoes.
He's actually in a bit of pain. You can see with his face. Misha's hurt himself. Sure, I'll get one of the Robin Hood first aiders on him. Keeps having a look this direction. I think he can hear us.
Well, it doesn't look too bad as he's standing there at the moment. We'll see. We'll see as he walks off.
he's got to run and collect anybody. We will certainly see if he's limping still.
Yeah.
Hopefully not been hit and just maybe twisted his ankle on one of the bumps and pits of the Robin Hood track here. Although either way, we just want him to be okay and make sure we can get through the rest of the race. But it's David Karadek still leading us out in this one, looking at a 13.5.24, so a late 13 for David.
So 45 seconds to go, closing down heat 1. Well, these guys consistently in 24s and 25s. Misha's definitely got a limp. Something's happened on his right leg looking at this, Matt.
Yeah, he is wincing
We'll check
a bit.
he's okay after this one. So David Karadek is your leader. 5.5 seconds clear from John Mile. Chris Bowden third. Andrew Rennick fourth. Felix Arnold in 5.
He's not happy, is he? Muzz is just going to go out and perform some first aid. Maybe bring him a bag of ice or something. Let's see as he wanders around. Just taps Mika on the back there. You just see him turn around at the bottom of your screen, have a quick chat with Muzz. And we'll get an update on that one for you shortly. Meanwhile, David Karadek finishes on a 12. On a 12 in a 5-1. So David's going to be upset with that one. Would have definitely wanted that 13th lap. John Mile, 12 in a 5-6. Chris Bowden, 12 in a 5-8. Andrew Rennick, 12 in a 5-9. 12 in a 5-10 for Arnold. CJ gets a 12 in a 5-12. Sabros, 12 in a 5-12-4. In Arnold, 11 in a 5-2. And Harold Valdesnes. I got that right. I got that name right, I did. In 11.59. Here comes Muzz. He got his little Red Cross badge on.
No cause of hit Misha when he was walking across to do his race. His ankle just went over on him as he was walking across, he said. So I told him to let us know how he is and if he needs to get a cover marshal for the next one, but he thinks he's going to be okay.
Okay, so AMSI SMB says, question, how many rows are they cutting off the front and rear tyres? Now, that is an interesting question, actually. I think that depends on the driver and the setup of the car. We've seen people cutting them right down to literally just having 2 central rows on the front tyres.
Not sure they're taking that much off the rear because they want the traction and the driver. I think they're taking probably just the 1 row off.
Yeah, I think it's that outside edge just to avoid the extra bite into the corners. But the fronts definitely are having some work done on them. So I know that a lot of the drivers, if not all of the drivers, are gluing the outside edge of the fronts.
Yeah, they all are, I believe, since it's been allowed now into the event. But as you said, Matt, they're still trimming a lot of spikes off. So even with the super glue, they've still got quite a lot of front end bite. They're doing various chevron patterns that I've seen on the tyres.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And many versions. So yeah, whatever suits the driver. People are doing different things to them. Have we got any other questions? After this one, we'll be at the end of the round, so we can answer more questions. But we're just having a quick look. What diff oils is Marcus running from Bench Talk RC? No idea, but when we get him in for an interview, that can be a question that Gups can ask him.
Okay.
Yeah, silicon-based is the answer, of course. Question from David Watson. What tyres are they running and why have we only got 1 compound? So Schumacher Yellow Mezzo is the controlled tyre.
So Rusty, Challenge Vintage Rusty Design says, Karadek's running a 22.4. Come on, vintage buddy.
So just to finish off on the tyres, the reason there's 1 compound is it is the EFRA rule. We have tried several times. Paul Worsley spoken to EFRA, put the proposal forward to try and get 2 compounds like we use at UK Nationals because of the variable weather conditions. And unfortunately, it was not allowed. So 1 tyre rule, 1 compound, totally out of the hands of the club and the drivers. So that's what we've got. Same for everybody. So yeah, it's hopefully and luckily we're managing to avoid the wet stuff as much as we can, but it is forecast for showers this afternoon.
About 3 o'clock-ish from what I've seen. I'll double check on the weather now. Just let's have a little update on the weather.
Okay, while you're doing that, Heat 2 is just getting underway. So Will Callan will lead them off, car number 2, the all-blue machine. Exactly, bang on 3 o'clock, black clouds and rain. Looks like it could be rolling in. So we're going for 3, possibly 4 rounds of qualifying today. Just depends on the weather as we get nearer that time.
I'm just trying to see in the distance over to the left of us there. Margie, is it going to come
They're going to come into your right.
Come over?
Into your right, as usual, from the far side there.
Yeah, there are some pretty hefty and dark-looking clouds circling overhead like the vultures in a desert. But almost the exact opposite, to drop rain all over us.
I think we are coming out of the sound in the van quite a lot because marshals keep looking this way on that point. They can obviously hear what we're saying. Instead of watching the track.
Oh, we'll see. So the marshal stood on the banners there. If you can hear us, just raise your right arm.
I think he's French and doesn't understand English. Because yesterday I said to him, stop your car, do not keep going around the track. And he ignored me.
Okay.
And I said, stop your car, do not move it at all. And he still ignored me. And then someone said, he doesn't understand English.
That is David Karadek.
From France. So any questions anyone's got? This is the last heat of the round. Fire them across to me and Gups. We'll answer them the best we can. We'll have a scroll through because there's lots of stuff coming in. We'll try and keep up with it as well as the live racing. And we're going to get Marcus in after this one as well.
We've got about 3:15 left on the clock at the moment. It's Will Callan leading us around in this one from Martin Owen.
If you're all right with this one, Gups, I'm going to head round to race control, just verify on these results, see if there's any changes need to be done.
Please.
And I will grab Marcus Care up and bring him back with me.
Excellent stuff. All right, I'll see you shortly. Okay, so Will Callan still takes us round in this one from Martin Owen. Predicted top 2 in this one, predicted on 13 in 5.6 for Callan, 13 in a 5.13 for Owen. Freddie Russell, 13 in a 16 is predicted. The last 2 on for 13s are Scott Follington on a late 13 in a 5.22, Martin Hadley in a 5.24. And then as we drop further down, everybody else is on for 12s and 11s. So we keep an eye on the track. It doesn't look like we are suffering from the bugs of yesterday. If we have a look up at the driver's stand, all drivers up there looking comfortable and happy today, which is a good bit of news for the guys trying to put their laps in. Although it does seem to be that when the bugs went, so did the speed on the track. So maybe these guys are willing them to come back and bring that little bit of speed back into it. So about a minute and 40 left to go in this one. Freddie Russell's just pipped himself past Martin Owen, but Martin Owen snatches it back. 0.1 of a second overall. So Martin doing an 8 in a 3.14.2. Freddie Russell in 8 in a 3.14.3. So those two, not really anything in between them on the track at all. So Freddie Russell just going down onto the straight now. I'll just pick up Martin Owen as he comes past. So Martin Owen, hopefully he hasn't pulled off because I haven't seen him come past again now. So there's Freddie Russell. For Martin Owen, right behind Freddie Russell. That's why I didn't see him come past. So these two right together on track. It is Martin Owen is the leader of those two. So Martin Owen, 4 minutes, 0.18. And that's 10 laps in 4 minutes, 1.8. So second, literally a second between those two now, as you see them on track. Oh, Martin's got past Freddie now. So Freddie's obviously had a mistake on that one. Martin now leading Freddie by 3 seconds, but it's still Will Callan in the 2 car. And that takes us round on this one. absolutely nobody into the 14s. Certainly with 6 seconds to make up, to get 6.5 seconds to make up on the predicted time. I don't think Ed is going to snatch it through with 5 seconds to go. Sorry, Will. Sorry, not Ed. Okay, so we will go into finishing time shortly. Everything from now is a finishing time, so there goes Will. 13 in a 5.669. Martin Owen in a 5 in a 13.92. Freddie Russell, 13 in a 5.17. Scott Follington, 13 in a 5.22. So fastest laps here, nobody into the 22s. I think a 23.29 from Will. 23.61 from Martin Owen. 23.95 from Freddie. And a 23.83 from Daniel Gross. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're just going to head into a quick advert break, and then hopefully we'll be back with our TQ man from this round, providing that nothing crazy happens with the timing, very shortly. And welcome back to the, EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. We are RCTV and Control Sport. I am Matt Guppy, your host, and I am joined today by Paul Bateman on camera, and also doing some technical stuff. And Matt McCallum, who is still hiding in the van from what I can see. Luckily today we have the pleasure of Muzz Schumacher joining us on the microphone. He's just gone to get current TQ man of the last round, Marcus Kerrup, to come and join us. I can see Marcus and Muzz on their way over to me now. Hopefully we'll just have a chat, see how he's getting on out there, how he feels about the car, track, and all the other bits that are going on, and what sort of changes he's making. Over they come. So wind picking up a little bit here at Robin Hood Raceway. You can't see it too much with the angle we've got on the camera, but it's certainly up from yesterday. Weather not quite closed in on us yet. So, and here he is, the young man himself.
So just a quick update from Race Control. The result has been updated, so we'll be pushing through online shortly. But as we can see, Marcus Carup, TQ of the round. Here he is.
And here he is. Marcus Carup joins us in the commentary booth. How are you doing, bud?
Good, thank you. Yeah.
Enjoy that last one?
Yeah, it was really, really good.
Yeah, nice. Car looked great.
Yeah, it was. Just a little bubble on the first couple of laps and keep calm, and then I caught up to Bruno again, and TQ.
Nice, nice. How are you feeling out there racing the likes of Bruno and the other guys out there in your heat?
Yeah, I mean, you are a little bit nervous playing with the top guys, but you get used to it. It's kind of nice. It's a nice feeling you get when you're beating them and racing against some good people.
Yeah, that's it. Just remember, you're one of the top guys out there.
Yeah.
So they might be world champions or national champions, but you're up there with them at this event, so that puts you up as one of the top guys to beat. So don't be scared of them out there. You push your way through.
Yeah.
Especially that Orlowski. See Muzz's face then.
Yeah.
There we go. So overalls, you are ahead of Bruno. You actually beat him by over a second.
Yeah.
In that last round.
Yeah. I didn't think I beat his last GQ round. I think it was around 1 second quicker.
Yeah.
His round, but it was a good round.
You've still got the fastest lap out there at the moment for today, which is a 21.73. The only one that's got close to that, actually, is Orlowski, 21.74.
Yeah.
So 0.01 in it, but you've snatched it as the glory guy for the round. So it's looking good for you out there. Was any big changes to the car? I know Jamie Hall took your setup and put it on his four-wheel drive.
Yeah. No, we didn't make any changes to the car this round. Just playing around with the tires.
Yeah.
And getting a hold of what it is to drive. So no changes, and everything is working perfect.
Excellent. What are you doing to the tyres exactly? I know the outside edges are being glued now, like with everybody, but are you cutting off outside rows, inside rows, leaving 2 rows of spikes on? What's the pattern you guys are going with for these?
I mean, we see often that people cut 3 rows on the outside and 2 on the inside. So we did the same, and of course glue on the outside. So that's the play, and we ran tires in yesterday. So no new tires, just ran in tires. We think it's better for the heats and
avoiding that bite on the corners.
Yeah.
Because it catches you out, doesn't it? I mean, it looks on camera like it's a really smooth track, but when you're coming around these corners, what you can't see for the viewers out there is all the pits and all the bobbles that these guys have got to negotiate as they go round. So any of that extra side bite that they get from a tyre with all of its spikes on or with just the rubber on it is just going to flip them over on the corner, especially with these four-wheel drives. I mean, how much more difficult are they to drive than a two-wheel drive around here?
It's a lot different. It's so much harder, but you get used to it, and if you make a good setup, it's okay. But all of the car, it seems like it's bumping all over the track and jumping over the bumps. But you get used to it, and it's a nice track any race. So.
Nice. Are you confident for an overall TQ?
I'll try to. Make my dad proud. That means a lot to me. So
Yeah.
So I'm confident, and the car feels good. To race against Bruno is also an honor, and all the other guys. So gonna try to get the overall TQ.
Nice. You go for it. Thank you, buddy. Absolute pleasure. Come and speak to us whenever you got some time.
I will. See you.
Great stuff. Thanks, bud.
See you.
Say hello to Craig for us when you get in there. Okay, so TQ man of round number 2, Marcus Carup, absolutely lovely young chap there. Says his dad is very proud of the TQ. I'm sure he is. He's some fantastic results in the two-wheel drive as well. So we've got a few minutes here before the next round starts. So we're going to start in the next round at about 27 minutes past 1. So we only got a few minutes to go. So we're going to be starting with heat number 5 in round number 3 of qualifying. I think this is actually our last round of qualifying from today. So just the 3 rounds with the CP2 practice early doors this morning. Obviously cut off a round of practice. From what I'm told, there was no reseeding done, so nobody moved about after last night, and I think everybody just went off in number order this morning, which is understandable given the changeable weather conditions that we've got on the cards at the moment for the event. These guys now just milling around the track, making sure they are up to date with any changes they need to do. As I say, we will be starting with heat number 5. 27 minutes past. I'm pretty sure Paul Worsley's going to be in there on the timing screens and checking things out, making sure everybody is on track when they need to be. Nathan Rawls over there by the rostrum. Can't quite see him on camera, but he's just hanging around the bottom of the rostrum. Had a chat with him the other day. Simon Moss, track commentator, is calling some of the competitors to say you've got a couple of minutes, get yourselves out here, get yourselves through scrutineering, etc., etc. I see a few guys on the darkened tent over there. Well, it's actually a white tent. They're under that marquee. That's where scrutineering is. I was like Stevie Brew in there. So what we'll do, just for the next 4 minutes before we've got this round kicking off, we'll just go into a ad break, and I will rejoin you guys. Oh, actually, saying that, Muzz might pop in and rejoin you guys before I get back from the loo. So if he does, he does. If not, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, they are. Good stuff. Okay, guys, installation laps, let's go. Track is open. I don't think I can.
Alrighty. Not too sure. Have we got Paul up on camera? We'll do in about a minute. Lovely. Okay, so qualifying round number 3. This is, of course, heat number 5. It is going out now. So just to keep it as even, they start these heats in different orders. Normally jump a couple of rounds, a couple of heats forward each time we go through a round. So heat number 5 off first. Tyler Liddell, Greg Williams, Dan Pohl, Nathan Rawls, Eugene Galley, Noah Kaufman, Carl Marsden, Matt Peters and David Scott are in this one. Okay then, so Tyler Liddell will be leading us round. See how he goes as he comes past the line. First of all, 22.95. Scorcher of an opener for Tyler. Knows this track incredibly well. Done many, many laps around here. And the little berm he goes over the driver's tabletop. Hops up. Bit of a big jump there coming out of the step up. See, the quick guys really aren't doing that sort of extra bit of jump there. They are literally just hopping up there to make sure they keep the wheels on the ground and drive forwards. And Tyler comes out the bomb hole through the centre chicane, flicks it over the first tabletop, round the berm, over the driver's tabletop again, wide through there for Tyler. I actually quite like that line as a build-up into the step-up, to be fair, the little wide line there. Clearly the champions don't. That's why I'm not talking about it and I'm not doing it. So Tyler still top of the pack in heat number 5. Predicted a 14 in a 5:21. So a late 14 for Tyler, but he is the only one predicted a 14 lapper as we look at the timing scores, timing clocks at the moment. Best lap of a 22.6. It's only Tyler, Matt Peters that are into the 22-second lap. So Matt Peters with a 22.99. Average sort of pace of a 22.86 for Tyler as we look at it. So we know now 2 minutes has gone past and Paul has doubled the amount of time he said before we had a moving camera, just to let everybody know. Especially Nick if he's listening. Okay, it is still Tyler Liddell out there. I'll see if I can see where Tyler is on the track, actually. I just took my eyes off of it for a second. So there you go. Tyler coming round the loop into the bomb hole. Just punched it out there through the centre chicane. Lovely. Hops over the back tabletop, which you can't see because of our timing picture on the screen there. Flicks into the switchbacks. Lovely and quick through that last sort of hairpin just before the straight. Struggled a bit as he came over the off-camber sweeper there. Almost came to a complete halt at the very end of it. Not sure whether he caught a dodgy bobble or what happened there. We've got the car number 2 has pulled off. So the 2 car of Greg Williams is off. Eugene Galley did not start. Okay, so these guys still lapping in the 22s. Nobody into the low 22s at all. Best we've seen is a 22.6, I think. Oh, sorry about that. That's Muzzy's phone going off next to his thing there. So, Hayley, if you are listening to the stream, Muzz can't get to the phone at the moment because he's left it with me. And he's off talking to some of the guys around the track. Apologies for that, everybody. I'll just pop Muzzy's phone onto silent there. There we go. Very, very helpful of him to have left that next to his microphone, I must admit. So a minute left to go in this one. Tyler Liddell still leading us around with a best lap of 22.6. Paul joins us on the camera now. Will everybody be able to hear you, Paul, or is it just me?
I think the world.
Yes. Let's have a look. So if anybody can have a pop-up on the chat feed there. Can you guys hear Paul? He's just said hello world or whatever he just said. Dr. Fly says, I preferred Matt Guppy before he was famous, says Tom Owen. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for that.
Well, we all did.
We all did. I was a much more simple fellow back then. Much more simple. The fame and the fortune has become me, unfortunately, and now I'm a completely different guy. Completely different. I've got a beard and everything, and we all know what those beardy guys are like.
Oh, they're dreadful. And you've crossed the line in the commentary box now, so you're relatively normal outside the booth, but as soon as you cross that door, the diva comes out.
It does.
The demanding diva.
I am a little demanding. I think Matt McCallum has found out how demanding I've been this week. Not quite as demanding when we were in Slovakia for the Worlds, but it wasn't my show back then. It was Nick's show. So I couldn't be quite as demanding. I had to succumb to the demands of Nick Damon, which are many and frequent. Okay, so Tyler Little, 14 in a 5:21. Obviously, as the first heat in round number 3 goes top of the pile. And Daniel Pole smashes in a 13.51 to take second spot in this one. Carl Marsden struggled a little bit down in 4th. No, Kaufman 3rd. So, pretty close on the times, though, still. Carl Marsden and Nathan Rawls within 0.03 of a second of each other over 5 minutes. We're going to head into round number 6 now.
Now, it was some time ago, probably an hour, if not longer,
Yep.
where just thinking of a new episode of our series on expressions that don't necessarily work. You said that somebody knew the track like the back of their hand. How well do you actually know the back of your hand?
Pretty well.
Do you?
Yeah, pretty well.
Do you think you could spot it in like
I think
a bank of hands?
if there were 50 hands on the table in front of them and one of them was mine, I reckon I would know it. Only if I could see the back of it, though. If it was palm side up, not a clue.
And do you have to be able to see the whole of it, or is it just like an inch square? Because you know it like the back of your hand, so it's not like the whole of it; it's like just a portion of it.
It would suggest that you know every square inch of the back of your hand, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think, as society, we do.
Well, I can tell you that looking at the back of my hand without looking at it, I know that on my thumb, on each thumb, I have a single hair.
Single hair?
A single growing hair on each thumb. And I'll show you when we come out of this later.
Later,
But all
not
of my
now.
other fingers are like a normal hairy finger. Sorry, Freddie. Sorry, everybody out there. But my thumbs only have a single hair on each. I don't know why they get left out.
I don't think I have a single hair on my hands at all.
Get out.
Anyway,
if you don't have hairs on your hand, you shouldn't be here. I've got like hair gloves.
More on this episode later.
We are into Heat 6, by the way, which is just about to kick off. Dom Nunn's probably going to lead us out in this one in the 1. There he is, flicking his wheels. So 48 seconds to go before this one kicks off. Car 2 is Ben Jameson in the Associated. Yolanda Weird is car 3 in the X-Ray. Matt Thompson, car 4. Ben Simpson, car 5, both in Schumachers, as is Tom Cockrell in car number 6, and Phil Slay in car 7. And then we have the 2 Associateds of Baptiste Roach and Fabian Widmar, respectively, in cars 8 and 9. You are here watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. And we are at Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. That didn't take me the 20 seconds to say that I thought it would, Paul. So I'm just going to fill with absolute nonsense until these last 5 seconds tick away. But we are going to see Dom Nunn off the line in no seconds. There he goes.
Well done.
Thank you. So Dom Nunn did pretty well last time out. Move that down there so I don't keep tripping over the wire. Apologies. So we're going to follow him through. Took my eyes off screen. I haven't seen if he made any mistakes in this first one. It doesn't look like he has. It looks like he's kept a fairly steady gap. So crosses the line in a 23 dead. 23.21 for Baptiste. 51 for Matt Thompson. 24.72 for Yolan. 22.91 out of the blocks for Ben Jameson in the 2 car. So Ben not happy with his last round results. Certainly going to be pushing hard in this one. Dom then round for a second one. Looks like a second 23 lapper for Dom. He's the only one at the moment predicted a 14 lap pace, which is quite surprising considering Ben came out of the blocks with an absolute flyer on his first lap. Ben on his second lap was a 24 dead, so lost over a second there. However, these guys not looking like they're finding the pace in the track that there was. Okay, let's find Ben Jameson if we can. Number 2 car, I'll pick him out if I can as he goes through. Just gone... Ooh, hang on. I think Ben's coming over the tabletops and past me now.
That's 3.
That's the 3. No, we want the 2.
No.
Very similar shell to Ben, that one.
That one there.
Is that the 2?
Second one.
Okay, a little bit out of focus there, but I'm going to pan back and then pan back in again. There we go. So the second one of those 2 is the 2 car of Ben Jameson. Okay.
Oh.
There's the 5 past me now. 9. Whoa. Yeah, I would have said that's Jamo with a jump like that. Yeah, it is. So obviously popped his shell off. Changed shells for this one. Maybe trying to avoid somebody he came into contact with in the last round. My trick would be to change my shell between rounds. People didn't recognise me in each heat that I was in. Ooh, wily fox that I am. So there goes Ben through the switchbacks. What's he done on that last one? Not good. Not good for Ben at the moment. He's running right at the very back of this one. So we'll have a look for Ben Simpson, I think. Car number 5, currently running halfway up this group. Just gone past me now, in front of Ben, the white one going down the straight there. So right at the bottom over the sweeper, over the roller he goes, into the first hairpin. And, yeah, okay. So I was getting confused then, because when I was looking at the screen, the car that was on the screen wasn't where it was on the track. But then I remembered actually a little bit behind on the screen than where we are on the track. So, okay, so we're with Ben Simpson, who's obviously had a bit of a nightmare there. Commentator's curse has put him right down to the very back of the pack. Only Ben Jameson slightly slower. Now these guys, still only Dom Nunn predicted a 14 in this one. Baptiste Roach coming in second in the 8. And Matt Thompson in the 4. Yolanda Weird in the 3. Tom Cockrell in the 6. Fabian Widmer in the 9. Phil Slay in the 7. Ben Simpson in the 5. And then Ben Jameson in the 2. Current running order. I say we're with Ben Simpson though. 45 seconds or so left in this one now. So again, none of these guys are able really to knock on the door of 14 other than Dom Nunn. Baptiste Roach has only got to make up 0.2 in this lap, and he will just sneak through for his 14th lap. Keep an eye on him. So 20 seconds left to run. And we will see if Baptiste can come round to claim the fabled 14 lap. Okay, so Dom Nunn still at the moment. Only one that's looking like he's going to snatch it. Baptiste comes through. He's made up 0.1 in that last round, last lap. So, can't quite do it though. Drops back a little bit. Just drops back a bit. 13 in a 5 dead.
So it's going to take something special to get a quicker 13 than that without going into the 14s. But it is Dom Nunn from the UK that takes this one in a 14.520. Okay, so nobody going into the 21s in that one. We've seen a sort of mid to high 22s. 22.75, probably the fastest lap there from Tom Cockrell. You'd expect that from Tom. Absolutely seasoned racer. Many, many years experience on a lot of these big competitions. Wait a minute. But now I'm being shown hands by Paul here. I need to just remove my glasses so that I can see close up. There's a hair. There's a hair. I see one. I'm a beast compared to you. Okay, so now we've compared hairiness of hands. I win. Unless you don't like a hairy hand like mine. Paul is now back on camera with his smooth-handed Paul, we will call him.
I'll leave the gorilla down there.
Paul takes it back up on the camera. So, 2 minutes before this one comes in. Nathan Rawls just pops in to have a quick chat for a couple of minutes.
Hello, mate. How's it going?
Not too bad, bud. How are you?
Let me just check.
Oh, hold on 2 seconds.
Hang on.
We just need to check you're actually faded up and I'm not just talking to myself like a complete lunatic. Couldn't be the first time, mind you. So, I'll see. Paul runs as he's just ran back down, then ran back up, then ran back down, and now he runs back up again.
Is he allowed to run those 3 times?
I don't know if he is allowed to run at all, not even once. So we've got Heat 7 coming on now, Nathan. There's top 3 heats on their way out. So the last 3 of the day. So Alexander Landon in the 1, Jamie Hall in the 2, Clement Boda in the S-Works, then number 3, Jesper Rasmussen in the 4, Wesley Van Helmond in the 5, Elias Johansson in the Serpent in number 6, Luke Holdsworth, Ed Callan and Moritz Lautenbach, all in Schumachers in the 7, 8 and 9 cars. We're going to follow off the first car off the line as the top for the last round.
I think Langdon's running a Schumacher as well, and he has looked insanely fast through practice.
Okay, I'm just going to see if I can get some scores on the doors for you guys and see where we stand overall. Okay, so round 2. Sorry, round 3. It is Dominic Nunn at the top of the pile. 14 and a 520.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to take a huge amount for the next few heats to beat that. Really, it does seem like we have lost a bit of pace out of the track. Alexander Landon is going to lead us round now from Jesper Rasmussen.
And the sun's gone in, so track should ease off for a minute, and then the pace should start to step back up again because the dust will drop out of it. Dom put in a nice clean run with his X-ray. And seemed nice and clean as he went around it. Only the odd little micro bobble. In the previous heat, Matt was on for a 14 and unfortunately thermaled with about quarter of a lap to go. So lesson learned on that one, and a speedo set to disable.
Nightmare.
Yeah, I had a bit of a bobble midway and dropped back down behind one of the guys, and took me a little while to get back and through. But it seemed to come back quite well at the end. But I think it was Langdon led us off, wasn't it, with car 1?
It was, but it's Clement Boda that's come out the blocks with a 22.3 in the first lap round. I've just lost the other laps as the other guys come through. But best laps out there, 22.4, 22.4, 22.7, 22.8, 22.3, 22.8. Then we go into the 23s and 24. So you top sort of, 6 in this one, all into the 22-second laps. So consistently lapping like that.
probably all looking to make some differences up the top. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 cars on a faster pace than Dom Nunn at the moment. Wesley Van Helmond in a 14 in a 5:22 predicted, which is going to drop him just behind Dom Nunn there. But certainly the first 4 cars of Jamie Hall, Jesper Rasmussen, Ed Callan, and Alexander Landon, all looking to go top of the pile in this one so far.
And 3 of them looking at improved times as well over what they did from last round.
So as you see, Wesley's just dropped down the list there. That's because he started a little bit later in the round, so he won't have crossed the loop yet. Mind you, saying that, he has crossed the loop. He's obviously had a complete nightmare. He's now not on for an improvement or a 14. He's on for a late 13. So obviously a nightmare lap for Wesley there. We've just had Jesper run out of talent as well and not on for an improved time. However, top 2 still of Alexander Landon and Jesper Rasmussen, both on for 14 laps. One in a 14.17, one in a 14 for a 19. So could still affect the top of the charts at the moment. Dom Nunn hanging on by the skin of his teeth. And there are still 2 rounds, 2 heats to go after this one.
Yeah, Jamie on a slightly slower lap last time by. Now starting to pick it back up.
Let's see if we can find the number 4 car of Jesper Rasmussen. I think just coming into the second of the...
Down the main straight now. Here's Jesper.
Okay,
Coming
there you
past
go.
Race control. And cameraman's got him.
Yeah, we're there into the bomb hole he goes, flicks it out, turns left, straight line through that chicane. You see as these drivers go up through the heats, the straighter that line becomes through the chicane there.
Yeah, you have to be so committed through there, and I'm definitely not brave enough fully.
Loses a lot of time coming through there. You can see the difference between the guys that are wiggling as they go through. Oh, Jesper takes a wide line. He would have lost a couple of points of a second through that, so that would have dropped him back a little. Wiggles a bit as he comes through the chicane, but punches it over the first tabletop around the berm fine. Straightens his car up in the air. In through the switchbacks. Let's see what he does this time round. So last time was a 22.8.
Yeah, he just seems to lose the back end a little bit under braking in 2 or 3 sections there. It's just hopping about and making it really unstable for him. Some work to do on setup still for Jesper by looks of it.
I think a lot of the associated guys have been copying the setup off of Marcus Kerup's car, from what I've been told.
Yeah, that car looks super safe compared to when he races up against Bruno. You can see Bruno's still slightly on edge. Marcus just that little bit smoother.
I'll tell you, though, the one car I get excited about seeing now is the car of Kay Frenner going round.
Oh, yeah.
You seen go round yesterday?
Not yet.
Easily the most exciting car to watch on track.
As you're saying that, sorry, Jesper's over.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a tumble coming out of the second little bomb hole there as he goes over the back roller. Yeah, Jesper's certainly dropped down the proceedings now. So let's see if we can pick up Ed Callan in the 8 car. We'll see when he goes past us here. Only got about 25 seconds left, but let's see if we can add some little bit of love there. There he comes in the pink car.
Coming out on
through the switchbacks. There you go. So let's just follow Ed till this one closes out. We'll see how he finishes. So Ed jumps himself up into second in this one. Predicted a 14 in a 5:20. So only Alexander Landon at the moment that's going to affect Dom Nunn's current TQ position.
Although there is 5 14 lappers going on in this one.
Yeah, so okay. Once we hit 10 seconds, we are now into finishing times for everybody. Clement Boda finishes on a 13 in a 5:0. Moritz Lautenbach, 13 in a 5:1. Luke Holdsworth, 13 in a 5:1. Landon, 14 in a 5:16, puts him top of the pile by about 4 seconds. Ed Callan looks like he has done it. So, top 2, we'll just check on what Jamie Hall has done, because I think that is a bit close to Dom Nunn. So Dom Nunn was a 14 and a 5:20, 49. Jamie Hall's just pipped him with a 14 and 5:20, 35. And then it'll be Ed Callan, 14 in a 5:19, 2. And Alexander Landon in a 14, 5:16, 6. So these guys laying it down now. Track has certainly lost a little bit of pace. They're going to be hoping it doesn't pick up any pace, or the sun doesn't come out for the next one and just brighten it up a little bit. Okay, there we go. Confirmed on the top of the charts. Alexander Landon from Ed Callan, back to Jamie Hall, Dom Nunn, Tyler Little, Jasper Rasmussen, Lysian Hansen, Baptiste Roach, Clement Boda, and Luke Holdsworth. Okay, so we just got these guys swapping back out now. We got Heat 8 on their way up. So second from top Heat on the way. Una Hatton in the 1 car. Oh, a little bit of trouble so far this week. As Una certainly struggled with the changing conditions and the track for sure. Pekka Ivanen in the Schumacher number 2, Tommy Hall in the 3, Lee Martin in the Yokomo number 4 car, Max Gotzel in the 5, Neil Cragg in the 6, Hubert Honegal 7, Jamil Gabrielson in the 8, and Ben Smith in the number 9. Okay, so warm-up laps going down for these guys now. What do you think we're going to see as far as end times for these guys is concerned? So we've had a 14 in a 5:16.
It's only 7 seconds off of the actual current TQ, which even sort of Bruno and Marcus are only getting down into the 14 in 9s. So it's going to be tight out there. It's going to be very tight.
I think it's going to be the number 2 car of Pekka Ivanen to lead us off in this one.
His Schumacher has looked absolutely awesome all day. Yesterday, just watching it, he was so punched through every section of the track, and his car just looks super smooth with it. He just needs to get it on.
Okay, so 53 seconds left in this one. Just leaves me enough time to tell you you're watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you in association with Schumacher, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. And we're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway event just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. I am joined by Nathan Rawls in the commentary booth. We have the super smooth-handed Paul Bateman up on camera number 1. And the not quite so smooth-handed Matt McCallum hiding in the van. So here comes Muzz.
And I shall hand over to the fabulous Muzzy.
Absolute pleasure to have you in again, mate. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us, buddy.
We'll catch you in a little bit.
We'll try and pop over for a proper chat in a little bit, okay?
Good stuff. No worries, bud. Thanks, mate. Catch up with you soon. Okay, so these guys now off. There goes Pecco. Hiya, Muzz. Joins us again.
Afternoon.
So, Pecco round. Let's see how he gets on in this one. So, we have had a little bit of a change at the top after that last heat, Muzz.
Yeah. I've been doing a few lunchtime deliveries.
Nice. Have they finished my pizza?
Yours is next, I think, with mine. I saw the board rank and said, could me and Guppy be pushed up the order a little bit? So by the time people listen to this away from the track, it'll be too late to complain.
Yeah, it will.
Just been getting Orlowski's pizza, and then when Orlowski wanted one, Senior Orlowski, I would like a pizza as well.
Yeah, that's it. Once they see a famous Muzz go over, they all want the same thing, don't they?
Exactly. I've just been talking to a couple of people around the pits, and with the sound of it, we may not be running more than the 3 rounds as the schedule. Mm-hmm. So it looks like an early finish, if that's the case, today.
I mean, schedule's only for Q3 today, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there was looking at possibly running Q4.
Really? What's the weather? Is the weather changed for tomorrow?
The weather, they want to try and run it this afternoon. But when they're looking at running Q4, looks like the time that the rain is due. Which is the problem.
Tomorrow's a clear day, though, so I think rather than risk it and these guys have a result that because nobody wants unless you're Russ Lee, of course, nobody wants a rain assist really in the Euros today. you don't want your win to be because somebody else just copped it because of the rain. You want to win because you've won it.
Exactly. Looking at the forecast, though, it's not due till possibly 4 or 5 o'clock. So we'll forget the weather anyway. Let's look at the racing. Heat number 8 underway. Who we're following?
These guys have certainly slowed down. Now we're still with Pecco. Let's drop back to Una. 1 car back. He's currently leading us out. There he is. So Una obviously found a little bit of pace in this one. The track has definitely slowed down, though, because we're only into 22. Mind you, a 22.07 for Lee Martin on his last lap.
That's pretty much what these guys were doing before, I think, so it's probably staying fairly consistent. They're just taking the time to get into it, but look how close it is. 1 second covering the top 7 cars in this one. Una from, I think, Lee Martin. Craig's over just in front of us off camera.
Oh, a real slow bit of marshalling, unfortunately. He just tried to tip him back on his wheels and rolled him straight onto his roof again, so double marshal for Craggy.
So halfway through, Una Harton and 10th of a second clear of Lee Martin. 8 tenths.
Oh,
back.
Una's just gone over.
Yeah, 8 tenths back to Tommy Horto. Lee Martin's going to pick this one up, so you might want to drop back 1-2 cars, I think it is, Paul.
Yeah, so orange and blue one. There he is.
One.
Lee Martin takes this one up after Una had a bit of an accident there.
So Lee Martin leading this one and looking at going top of the pile in round number 3 of qualifying.
Oh, 14.5.12. So I think Bruno was 14.5.9 last time round. So still 3.5, maybe 4 seconds off pace for Lee at the moment. However, certainly laying down a gauntlet for the next heat to pick up.
As we know, on this track, you've got to go clean to get anything quicker than this. So Lee Martin coming past us now. See what he does this time through. Looking at low 22s consistently for Lee. There's another 22.3, so he's the second clear of Una.
So Lee, obviously one of the top drivers out there in the world, let alone Europe.
So we've seen off camera Hooper Conigal 21.99. So there has been a sub 22. But he's just done the one lap. So he's way down the order still, I think. He's coming up now. So we'll keep an eye on Hoopo for you. But Lee Martin still leads them round 22.2 last time. So he's very consistent, is Lee.
And this is the key, absolute key to success in these qualifying rounds is keeping it consistent.
Yeah.
Keeping it on its wheels,
Just
but also taking that little bit of a risk that might catch you that 1.1.2 of a second on a lap.
45 seconds to go. Pecco's off camera done a 21.98.
Just pipped Craggy by 0.01 of a second on fastest lap for this heat.
So Lee Martin 1.4 clear as we watch him on camera. Here he comes past us now. He's going to left and right and down the main straight.
Into the first corner through the off-camber sweeper. Real low line for Lee across the sweeper there, Muzz. You don't see that very often from these guys. Must have just come in a bit late into the corner.
I think it's a case that because of the off-camber on that, once you've got it on the line, you've got to stick with it wherever you are. You cannot go for an adjustment.
No, you can't. I think you've seen what happens when the guys do adjust on that off-camber corner and it just causes a roll. So Lee nice and tight this time round. We'll see what this lap brings him. So still out in front, 14 in a 5.12 still is his predicted time. So Lee's certainly putting the pedal down now over the first tabletop round the berm, past the driver's tabletop. Little step up, keeps all the wheels on the floor as much as he possibly can to gain the drive down the straight.
Yeah, good last lap there from Lee. So gets it in. 14.5.13 is what's come in.
So that is definitely top of the pile right now.
Yeah, top 4 in this heat, on top 4 in the round so far.
There we go. So Alexander Landon bumped down to the 5 spot. Hubert Honegal and Ben Smith also bringing themselves into the top 10.
As we know, this qualifying, it's 2 from 5 rounds to count. So I think it was 11 points just scraped the A final in 2-wheel drive. So these guys need to be looking at averaging something top 5, top 6s, a couple of those to get them into the A.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you've made a 7th or 8th in round, you've got to get something low to go with it. Otherwise, you're still going to be missing out and somewhere in the B final.
How often do you see a 7th or 8th in round knock you be the score that knocks you out of an A final?
Yeah. It's totally different here with 5 rounds of qualifying and 2 from 5. A lot of people say maybe should be 3 from 5. But 2 from 5 certainly keeps the points low and keeps several tie breaks happening with people. So heat 9 going to go off next.
Who've we got in there, Muzz?
So car 1, young man we interviewed at the end of the last round. TQ round 2, Marcus Carup goes off as car 1. Car 2, Bruno Coelho, TQ'd round number 1. Car 3, Michael Orlowski. Car 4, Misha Vidmeyer. Car 5, Kay Frayner. Car 6, Josh Holsworth. 7, Noah Ben Mohammed. 8th, Paul Crompton. 9th, Jorn Neumann. And 10th will be Daniel Kobovic. Okay, track's open for their warm-up. 1 minute 50 to the start. This is
Bruno
the,
looks like he's put some punch in that car. Coming out the corners like an absolute rocket at the moment.
So this is heat 9, which is the top heat, but it's not the last heat of the round because we go through to heat number 4 to finish off qualifying of round 3. But we'd assume that TQ has either just happened in heat 8 or coming up now from heat number 9. So a few more heats to go. Anyone's got any questions, any comments, anything they want to say, drop them in on the chat.
I just noticed Dr. Fly has said, just news just in, Matt Guppy's hands have never seen an honest day's work, and that's why they're so recognisable. Thanks, Dr. Fly. Thank you very much. Okay. So, James has just jumped in behind us. We've got a couple of people coming in on the chat. Guys, I'm trying to eat here, says Ivan Madge. Obviously, we're talking about the hands. What, no hog roast this year, says Dave Watson? No, not this year. We've got the awesome pizza oven thingy that we've got, which is doing a wonderful job for us here. It was pure skill, not a rain assist, says Marvellous Russ. I apologise, Russ. It was absolute skill. And you just, you had the setup right. It just all went right for you that day.
Craig Gibson saying, afternoon, Mr. Gibson, where are you? Oi, oi.
Raceway Run says, hi, Muzz, nice to hear you. They've all forgotten me now you're here.
Okay. Afternoon, William White. Looking forward to seeing you at some point.
Okay, so off we go. Bruno takes us round. Let's go round with him for the first couple of laps. And we'll drop back and see how some of the other guys are doing in a few laps' time. Let's just see what Bruno opens up with here. A little bit of a squirm as he comes out of the bomb hole there and through the centre chicane, but he's pulled it back together.
You can already see these top 3 absolutely come out lit on this one. You watch these lap times as they come through.
So probably not the best one for Bruno.
21.84 for Carup off camera. 21.81 for Orlowski off camera. So we'll keep an eye on Bruno for now.
So let's get Bruno past his second lap, and then we'll drop back onto Orlowski as he comes through. So Bruno now into the switchback. Oh, catches a little bit there. Into the switchbacks he goes, punches it down the straight for a second lap of 22.03. So not into the 21s yet. Let's find Orlowski if we can. You see him on track there, Muzz, at the moment?
Yeah, he's car number 3, just coming out of the bomb hole now, in through the chicane.
There he goes. Lovely balls. One back.
One back, Paul.
One back, mate.
And here comes Orlowski. So Orlowski's done the quickest lap so far on a 21.81, and Orlowski now leads this one round. A tenth of a second covering the top 3. Orlowski, Carup and Coelho. Noah Ben Mohammed just 7 tenths further back.
So all those questions about belts and whether they're as quick as the shaft drive cars certainly answered by Orlowski here as he goes into the switchbacks. You'll see him turn that last right, punch it down the straight. Certainly no slouch there.
21.67, Marcus Carup off camera. New fastest lap of the day. Gups has got the pen working again, right, and these fast laps down.
There he goes. 21.73, so 21.67 is now.
Yeah, so half a second covering Carup, Orlowski and Coelho. We stay with Orlowski. See what this lap is. He's looking pretty good. 21.99 for Orlowski.
So these guys certainly getting... Oh,
Brompton.
man. It's nothing worse than that as a marshal when you try and pick up a car and throw it down. We've seen that a couple of times and it just doesn't go your way. So Orlowski over the back tabletop. Whoa, that was tight.
Carup off camera had that 21.67, backs up with a 26, so he's lost 5 seconds. He's absolutely throwing everything at it, but probably a little bit too much.
Yeah.
As Neil Craig was saying to us yesterday, I think it was, if you want the consistency, you cannot risk everything because you're going to get bitten at some point.
Yeah.
I think has just happened to Marcus.
I've got to say, looking at Bruno's car going round off camera here, he's absolutely on the ragged edge for Bruno by the looks of it. It's not often you see Bruno driving with that much force behind his car, but he is absolutely throwing everything at it at the moment. Orlowski, though, mind you, Bruno has taken up the front of the pack again, so Orlowski dropped back a little bit. Not sure if he's had a bobble there.
Your Neumann probably one to watch. Car number 9. He's coming in past the driver's rostrum, passing us now, Paul.
There you go, black spoiler on his car, so into the switchbacks goes Neumann.
He's up to 3rd position, working his way through. And look at that, Marcus Kerrick, 21.46.
What? Where has he pulled that from? He is certainly on fire right now. Wants to make that time back up, so we'll scribble out the 67. We'll put down a 21.46 for Carapa's fastest lap. He is certainly no slouch in that car.
What's he going to back it up with? Another 26 maybe? He's absolutely putting 120% effort into this.
And any of these guys answer a 21.40. That is a quite incredible lap on this track. I did say by the end of qualifying we were probably going to be looking to 21.5s, but I didn't think we'd be quite down there yet. So
1 minute to go, pretty much. And your Neumann, as we're following on camera, is within half a second of 4th place. He's currently running 7th now. So he's had a bad, well, not really a bad couple of laps, but it's just tenths between these guys.
14 in a 5.88 for Bruno, predicted time. 14 in a 5.95 for Orlowski. 14 in a 5.12 predicted for Mohammed.
I think we should pick Kerr up at the end of the straight, the speed of this car. Let's watch him for a lap at the minute. He's just on a 21.6.
Literally just taken a second out of his predicted time to bring him back to a 14 in a 5.12.6. So
just watch the Kerr up, Paul, just in front of the driver's stand now. The 3rd car going through.
There he comes, the blue one at the back of those
That's
3.
the one, perfect. Let's just see what Marcus is doing, because he's really laying down the laps. He had that 5-second mistake earlier, so 3 seconds off the leaders, but closing in.
22 flat on his last one, so not quite as quick as his other 2. Might be just making sure he's getting round. Now he knows he's putting himself back up into contention. You will almost be hoping for somebody else at this point, I think, with Kerr just to make some sort of bobble. But what a line through there to keep that car moving forwards without having to back out. Down the straight he goes. What's he pulled this time, Muzz?
22.0, so he's within 2 seconds of the leaders, but he's running out of time because we're closing down heat number 9 now. This will be the final lap for these guys. So Coelho and Orlowski, you just got to go clean. Oh, say that Coelho's over. Orlowski could take this on the last lap. 1.3, Michael was behind. Kerup's right there as well. So this is all going to change. Orlowski could hit the top of the pile.
Okay,
and there
Coelho's
he goes.
Done. Coelho's done 14.5.11.
Did Marcus get
Orlowski 14.5.10. Marcus in a 14.5.12. So we'll have a look on the overalls.
Crazy how close. So Michael Orlowski, due to Bruno's error on the last lap, he's going to take... We've still got some heats to go, as we know, but that was the top heat, so I'm not sure if anyone from heats 1 to 4 are going to affect TQ, but they could. So Orlowski looks like he's taking it from Coelho. Marcus Kerr come all the way back up to 3rd, even after a 5-second crash.
So top 4 looking to go 1, 2, 3, 4 in this round after that.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. So Orlowski's going to go out to Marshall, and then I'll grab him after that for a few words. In the meantime, James Helliwell stood right here, so I think we'll hand to James, and he can have a few words with Matt and with all you viewers. Any questions, fire them online. Mr. Helliwell from the Robin Hood Raceway is here to answer your questions and to talk to you for a few minutes.
Okay, hiya James, how are you doing? As he just puts his headphones on. How you doing, and where do I get one of these hoodies from?
Online, I'm afraid we sold out.
What?
We had just over 20, and we sold about 15 in half an hour yesterday. There was a big
Wow, nice.
Yeah. Ask the identity, drop them a line, and you can order them.
Excellent stuff. How are you getting on out there?
Pretty middle of the road, really, but enjoying it. That's the main thing. I haven't been on yet in this 3rd round. I'll be the last heat on.
Nice. We'll keep an eye out for you. We'll keep an eye out. Its track seems to be fairly consistent. I thought it slowed down a little bit, but I don't know whether that's just these guys taking it a bit more steady through qualifying to make sure they're getting their laps in. I think it seemed like it last time round, but how do you think the track's running at the moment? Is it as quick as it was yesterday?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, and you think maybe it's either gained a bit or dropped a bit as the sun comes out, generally a bit slow. But if you watch Heat 9, they're pretty much always on the same pace, and they're the most consistent, I would say. So pretty happy with how even it's been through all 9 heats, even rotating them 2 heats at a time per round.
Yeah, it's done really well so far, and the track obviously holding up really, really well. You have to do any sort of repairs as the week has gone on so far, or is it all sort of all the Astro sort of staying where it's meant to be and pipes not being moved about or anything?
Nothing significant. You wouldn't believe the number of nails that are in those pipes holding it down. We've doubled or tripled up on every apex, and only 1 or 2 very minor repairs.
Good stuff. Yeah, it's certainly done well. So, I mean, what have we got out here? I think this is Heat 1 coming out now. So, Paul's going to... Paul, are you still up there?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, he's still up there, bless him. Good for you, Paul. Right, so Carl Warner, John Mile, Chris Bowden in 2, 3 is Andrew Rennick, 4 David Karadek, 5 Chris James, Miklos Sabados in the 6, Felix Arnold 7, Arlid Valdesnes in the 8, and Nina Arnold in the 9. I'll tell you what, we have not followed him really at all this week, and I feel terrible for it. Let's follow Chris Bowden in the number 2, because I know he'll like that. Any plans for this evening afterwards, then, James?
No,
Sleep? Beer?
I'm not sure what the EFRA team will decide, whether they'll try and squeeze an extra round in tonight. I don't think we will. The forecast is decent tomorrow, so I think once round 4 is done, we'll have an early finish and just relax for the evening. It's felt like quite a long week. Day 1 felt like 5 days in one. So I think we'll be playing catch-up after that.
I bet it did. Yeah, I bet it certainly has. I mean, the week has flown by, but they are lengthy days to get through for sure. I think we've had it confirmed when Muzz came back that they are going to stop after this round, and we're just going to carry on as normal through the official times that have been put up for today and tomorrow. So we should be finishing sometime around about 20 to 3 today.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I checked the radar, and there's a potential incoming rain shower at 3:45-ish.
Okay.
So that would mean we wouldn't quite get the round in.
The wind is coming from a different direction today.
Oh, okay.
It
Paul
was
says
coming-
the wind's coming from a different direction today, James. So where are the clouds coming? Where are we seeing the weather come in from?
I think southwest, which is our prevailing wind direction, generally speaking.
Yeah, so there are some monster clouds.
Just looking at the EFRA flags, that's the usual direction we'd expect them to be in. No bugs today, really.
No, it's been brilliant. Yeah,
Just
decided
2 wasps, that's been it.
Paul got attacked by a couple of wasps, random rogue wasps that have come through. But other than that, we've done pretty well. I haven't had any on me anyway, that's for sure.
I was feeling them on me yesterday, looking down, and there was nothing there. So I think it became a bit psychological after an hour or two.
It does. I think I could feel them on me for about an hour after I got back to the hotel last night. Yeah, funny little things. But who's leading us out in this one, James? Looks like David Kardec at the moment.
Yeah, Andrew Rennick in second, one of our event sponsors from Ireland. John Mile, Chris Bowden in 4th, 5 seconds off the lead. Christopher James, Felix Arnold, Arild Valdesnes, Miklos Zavados, and Nina Arnold.
So it looks like Nina Arnold has pulled off from Switzerland in this one. Not too sure what's happened there. Who are we with at the moment, Paul? Who are you following?
Car 2.
Oh, we're still with Bowden?
Well, you've not said change, so...
Didn't know whether you would. You cameramen have a mind of your own sometimes.
We do occasionally go rogue.
Okay.
Not today.
Let's pick up the 5. Just going around the switchbacks in front of me and onto the main straights. That is the 5 car of Chris James in his Yokomo. Nicely over the roller for Chris. It's caught a few people out this weekend, that roller. We heard from Marcus Carup that the off-camber sweeper is a tight one to do.
It's tricky. I think you need to get lined up before you're on it and then generate some power on the downhill. But then you're into a heavy braking, sharp left, so there's always something going on.
I think it's a case that once you've picked your line, you've got to stick with your line. There's no readjustment on that, is there?
Yeah, the traction level is pretty high, so any corrections and you're just unsettling the car all the time.
Well, the strange thing was I had a chat with Ben Jameson this morning, and I stood down by race control over there, and as I was watching the cars come over, it was almost as if as they dropped down into the right-hander, they got a little bit of shine on the tyres. I said to Ben as he came off, is it still wet here? And the rest of the track looks bone dry. And he said, it looks like it's wet, but it's actually sticky. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Particularly the beginning of the straight, the 2 black areas, the drivers are so hard on the gas, they're putting rubber down.
Yeah, and that's it. You see this track, it looks green, but the start of the straight there, you can see the black. Right at the very start, you've got the black lines coming in. I mean, where's the? Is it blacking up around the first corner?
No, I think it's just where you're literally accelerating hard out of that bank corner. You've got a bit of gravity. You've got the tyres digging in, ready for the fastest portion of the track. Haven't really seen any black lines anywhere else.
Well, maybe just starting to come up just in front of us here into the switchbacks, just a little bit starting to build up maybe.
True, and the left-hander after the chicane.
Yeah. So basically all the acceleration points, or the hardest acceleration points, seem to be rubbering up pretty well. Whether any overnight rain, if we do get it, is going to affect that at all and wash it out. It doesn't seem to have, when we had the rain last night, it seems to have stayed there pretty well. So I think providing we don't get any major downpours, we should see a fairly consistent track all the way through tomorrow. But we'll see how the weather pans out tonight. We are still with the 5 car of Chris James. Drops into the bomb hole now. Out he comes.
Chris Bowden jumped from 5th to 2nd.
Oh, wow. Okay, we've still got a few to go through for their 11s at the moment, but we're only predicted 13s in 5.22s from Karadec as a top one at the moment. Bowden, 12 in a 5.5. So we'll see as they cross the line. I don't think anybody else is going to get into the 13s except Karadec. I think we're definitely into finishing times now, so as these guys cross the line, they will be done. Bowden drops down to 4th. And we'll see how Chris James does as he crosses the line, whether he can just pit Bowden or not. No, he stays where he is in 5th, so 5 in 5 for Chris James. So 13 in a 5.22 is your top time in heat number 1. Certainly nobody here going to affect the top 10.
Unlikely. And on that note, I better disappear and get my car through tech. I don't think I'll be affecting the top 10, but
you never know.
Right.
You never know, bud.
Thanks a lot. See you in a bit.
Thanks, James. Okay, so Muzz just outside having a quick chat with James, see if he can get himself any other info. I'll tell you, you're watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for the production we're doing today from RC Racing TV and Control Sport. I am joined by Paul Bateman and on camera, and Matt McCallum, who is still hiding in the van. My name's Matt Guppy, and I'm presenting your show to you this week. We'll have a couple of guests come in with us. I'm not sure if we've got Muzz coming back in for the last 3. He's just going through some scores with James at the moment, so we may have him join us for the last few, which would be nice. Well, we've got 3 more rounds to go today, 3 more heats to go today, sorry. So 2 minutes left before this next one kicks off. We're going into heat number 2. And in this heat, before they go around for their warm-up laps, Paul, if you can just pan up onto the rostrum there, that's okay. There they are, the lovely fellows. So up there with John Cockhill on the right, as you can see, chief referee. We have car 1 of Martin Owen in a Schumacher. Will Callan, also in a Schumacher in car number 2. Same as Scott Follington in a Schumacher as well. He's car 3. But car 4 is our only Welshman, Martin Hadley. And we've got car 5 of Freddie Russell. Car 6, Co-Middlecoop. Car number 7, Danny Gross. Then we've got Jules Revedy in car 8. And Peter Stein in the associated of car number 9. So, hello to everybody out there listening in. Thank you very much for joining us so far this week. We hope you are enjoying the coverage. I'll just have a quick look and see if there's anything on there. So, BJ Williams says, Orlowski, Coelho and Kerup all on the limit. Very, very much so. Marcus has stepped it up, says AMSI SMB. Lap monitor says, Noah Young Frenchman battling for 3. Certainly is. Craig Gibson, what a race. BJ Williams, Orlowski still running the L1 Evo. Not a clue. We'll quiz that for Muzz when he comes in.
Can I ask another stupid question?
Of course. What other sort of questions are there?
Do they ever, like club meetings and like that, ever run the track in reverse?
Now, That upsets a lot of people.
Does it? Oh, right. Okay. I won't say it again. I won't do it from my mouth again.
So when I was running the Mendipasi Raceway Club, one of the things I would do, we used to run a Thursday evening session. So Thursday evenings, really, really light-hearted, just a few guys at the track, and we'd come in and we just, test a few things here and there. Now, what I would do to mix things up is I would run 4 rounds of qualifying, one way round the track, and then the final, the complete opposite way round.
Mm-hmm.
And that certainly separates the men from the boys. Some sad faces on Thursday nights as they went home running a backwards track. What's the current top 10, says Dean Osborne. I'll read them out to you, Dean. So, by the looks of things, it's Orlowski from Quailo, back to Kerup, Mohammed, Lee Martin, Pekko Ivanen, Una Hatton, Mika Widmeyer, and equal 9th, so 9th and 10th, will be Jorn Newman, and Max Gotzel. Now, Jorn and Max have finished 14 laps in a 5:15.62. Both of them, exact same time, within the hundredth of a second of each other. They're in. So I'm not sure how they're going to separate that. Both of them getting a 9 in this round could be quite a mix-up later on down the line. So we are following. What car are we following there, Paul?
The sort of like blue one.
Oh, the blue one. It's the blue one.
It's the one that started first. Okay. I say it's blue. I haven't actually said this to you, have I? I am actually colourblind.
Oh, I didn't know you were colourblind, Paul.
Yeah.
Like a dog.
No, not quite as bad as that.
So it's the number 2. Is the number 2 car, the Schumacher of Will Callan, that we're following round at the moment. Will Callan is leading us out from Martin Owen. Let's have a look on the board. So Will Callan predicted a 13 in a 5.3. So not going to affect anybody in the top 10. Let's see if James Halliwell in the last heat of this round can do anything about the top 10. I think it's a big ask, to be fair. They've absolutely laid it down in this heat, in this round. Okay, so still with Will Callan at the moment. If we can pop it back to the 4 car of Martin Hadley. Now, Martin did have a bright, luminous yellow shell. He hasn't got that on the car anymore. He's got a pink and white one on his 4-wheel drive. There he goes, onto the main straight now. So that is Martin Hadley. If you want to help Martin Hadley out with his one in front of that one, mate. There he is. If you want to help Martin Hadley out, he is responsible for the defibrillators you will see at RC tracks around the country, or some of them. Certainly a matter close to Martin as a sufferer from a episode himself. Or has a little bit of a slide at the end of the straight. Unfortunately, comes together with the car behind him. He's going to try and push now, try and give himself a little bit of a gap from that one because he doesn't want to catch anybody up. Fortunately, been given that gap as a freebie, has Martin Hadley. He's not going to want to hold back, though, so through he goes, lets him through. Oh, there you go, lets Will through. Those guys almost coming together, but managed to hold it off. So a minute left to go. Let's see if we can find the number 1 car of Martin Owen, who's currently running in 2nd spot at the moment, as Muzz turns up with only 1 pizza.
Only 1.
I don't mind going hungry, Muzz.
I've just been getting confirmation from the main man.
Oh, okay, go on.
Lots of people keep asking what's happening regarding schedule, and we are running to time schedule. No more qualifying after this round. I think if it was me, I'd run another round today. So I think we've got enough time before the rain comes in. But we're sticking with 3 rounds. Apparently it's really heavy rain down at Silverstone.
Oh dear, okay. Okay, so if that does pick up and hit us quickly halfway through a round, that could cause some issues. So I understand where Paul isn't going to want to take the risk.
The problem...
Although I do agree that if we can fit it in, it would make for a much easier day tomorrow, to be fair.
Yeah, that's exactly what I just said to Paul.
Into finishing times we go then. Once we hit that 5:10 on the clock, everybody is going to finish as they cross the line. We're just going to stick with Martino until the end. Fastest lap for Martin is a 23:48 on his second lap.
So the problem with the qualifying is if it rains and it's mixed for, say, the last two heats, that complete round is null and void, is the rule. So that's why they...
Oh, so you can't actually get a rain assist then?
No, apparently not. If it rains and it's not equal for everybody, Paul just said, then that round is scrapped. Your pizza is en route.
Woohoo! I thought you were going to say his pizza
Said we
was
could share
scrapped.
in the meantime while I was waiting, but not really open much of this one yet. How many more we got to go?
This one or one more?
Okay, pizza will wait them. Or mine will. You can carry on if you want.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Don't
We're
worry.
professional.
I've had 2 cold pizzas so far this weekend, so another one isn't going to go amiss.
I thought you were going to say you had 2 already today.
No, nobody would have disbelieved that if I had said I had 2 today.
when this pizza arrives, let's see how fast Paul comes down that ladder. Sliding
Hang on, I didn't order a pizza for Paul.
Yeah, but he knows that we're busy on it. He was listening to us, and we're staying professional and staying on it. So it might be a fixed camera because the pizza has arrived.
Oh, I could have intercepted it.
You could have, yes. I did. Hey, thank you.
What would you like, Paul?
Oh, dear.
Come and get some pizza, Paul, if you want some.
Nah, it's all right.
We can do a fixed camera if you want for these last 2 and ruin everybody's viewing experience just because you get hungry.
Let's go. It's fine. Don't care.
They can listen to me and Gups on commentary. No sign of any feet coming down. He's staying up there. He's resisting it. I've got a banana down here, Paul. Can chuck up to you. Oh, Gups is going up to wave the pizza under his nose. He's bringing you a slice, Paul. Take the box.
This could be interesting.
So, minute 45 to the start. Heat number 3 coming up.
Have a bit of pizza.
So we go to 3 and 4.
Super proud of you.
We'll check on questions in a minute when Guppy's back, see if anything's come in for me or himself.
You've got a greasy hand.
So your drivers coming up for Heat 3. Car 1, Lionel Lebez. Car 2, Sven Rudig. 3, Sebastian Landon. 4, Dylan McBurney. 5, Remy Bertrand. 6, Lucas Didier. 7th, Laurent Jesus. 8, Andy Wesson. And 9, Natalie Williams. So I think as they go off, see who we're looking at for pace from this one. Probably follow car number 8, Andy Wesson, I would say, Paul. He has a few fans online normally, so if you're happy to follow him, if you're all right to do that while you're munching your pizza.
I have half a hand. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I will endeavour. Right.
So 30 seconds counting down to the start of heat number 3. And 10 seconds counting down. Guppy's on his way back. Not sure how much pizza's left in the box. You got anything left, or is it an empty cardboard box now?
Have a slice each.
Slice each.
That's as much as I can
Get
bear
them on
to
rations.
pizza, especially pizza this good.
So, heat number 3 going off. I was saying to Paul to follow car number 8, Andy Wesson. Normally an interesting one to follow.
Okay, I'll take your word on that one.
So he went off 3rd away. We'll pick them up as they come round. Taking a wide line through there past the driver's stand was Wesson.
So Paul, obviously with greasy fingers. There he goes. Andy through the roller, nice and steady. Oh, really? Why did he do that? That was an interesting line on that corner.
Andy Wesson has some interesting lines every now and then with a random line. He's going wide again through there and tightens up a little bit. Give himself a bit of breathing space to the marshal guard.
Yeah, so you can see it when you really concentrate on the lines at the top sort of heat. Oh, there you go. That adjustment over the off-camber sweeper has caught out Andy Weston there.
That's what we were saying earlier. You can't adjust when you're on that part of the track, can you?
Nope, it doesn't work. It's no good to try and do it there. You've got to stick with your line. Okay, makes it nicely over there, though.
So the leader's car 4, Dylan McBurney, will probably pick him up on the next lap if we see where he is.
One of our Irish competitors out there.
Just following where he's looking on the track. So he's coming towards the driver's stand now, I believe. There he is, pause on it.
Oh,
not a good landing there.
There's no point doing that, is there? There's too much risk on the landing. It's just too much risk. You've got to really keep your wheels down and keep the drive going. So pushes it over the roller nicely, and that's exactly how he needs to be doing the step up, is to push it over rather than fire it over, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so Dylan leads by a second from Lucas Didier. Lawrence just running third. Andy Wesson 4, Sebastian Landon 5. Very close. Look at that, Matt. Dylan leads by a second, then a second cover the next 7 cars.
Wow, that is really tight up there. Okay, so these guys all starting to filter through for their 5th lap now. Just see how this pans out as we get the last few through, because they often jump around a little bit, but everybody fairly settled where they are, to be honest. So Dylan McBurney still leading us round. From Lebez back to Wesson. Andrew Wesson's crept himself up there.
Yeah. He's working his way through, only a second and a half off the lead.
Okay, let's see if we can find car number 3 of Sebastian Landon.
We're looking for him.
What's that?
One of these coming through, I believe, in a second. Past the driver stand. One of these cars. There it is.
Blue one there.
Blue machine, yellow wheels, Paul.
Wow, what a move that was. Jumped over the 8 car of Natalie Williams there. 9 car of Natalie Williams, sorry.
Yeah, it's Natalie with the yellow machine right behind. So a minute 45 to go. Dylan McBurney still leading this heat. No one's affecting, from what we can see on our overall, no one's affecting the top 25 in round. So it's a big ask from these heats, as we know.
Yeah, it is a big ask. It's there's some really, really hot laps have been put down and some hot times so far. Natalie struggling a little bit over the off-camber sweeper there as she backs up to the number 3 car that we're following of Landon.
So these people in the 23s, 24s, as we've seen earlier, low 21s now for the superstars. So these drivers, even as good as they are, a couple of seconds a lap off the pace for TQ. It shows you how fast Kierup, Orlowski, Coelho are all going around this track.
So Lebez now leading us around in the 1 car. If you can pick them up, Paul, just about to go into the bomb hole, I think. There he comes. Around onto the first tabletop, around the berm. Second tabletop done, up the step. That's the one. So we're just following to the close as he's leading us out.
So Lionel leading by 2 seconds in this heat 3. So heat 4 coming up next. Any questions, anything for me or Guppy? Send it in online and we'll have a quick look after this one.
There we go. Over the tabletop he goes. He's definitely going to get around for another one, though. So we'll certainly bang the 13 laps in. Across the line. So this will be his last lap now. We're just following through to the end. I think once that 5 minutes and 10 seconds mark has gone, or 5 minutes and 9 seconds in this heat, so we've only got 9 competitors, you know that is the end. Everybody now into finishing times as they cross the line.
So Lionel taking this one, but still not affecting the top 25, as we can see.
There we go. So 13 and a 5, 12. Literally need another lap to be doing any damage. That's a lot to ask.
It sure is. So that one's wrapped up. Heat number 3, just heat number 4 to go.
Final heat of the day. Final heat of the day is Halliwell's in this one. So car 1 of Pierre Petit-Didier in the Yoko. Cedric Didier in the Associated in car 2. James Halliwell in car 3 in his X-Ray. Then we got Archie Bowman in the Associated in car 4. Adrian Sognesund in the Associated in car number 5. Car 6, Philip Messinger in the Schumacher. Then we've got Christian McConaughey in the 7. Bastian Andreasen in the 8. Both of those two driving Schumachers. And then James Chappelle in the number 9. And we don't have a manufacturer down for James, unfortunately.
Techno, I believe.
Techno?
I think so.
Really?
He used to be. We'll see when he comes past.
All right, so the number 9 car is what we want to zoom in on, Paul, when they line up on the grid there.
See what the stickers say.
So before we go into this last round, I'll let you know that you are joining us here for the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships. Brought to you in association with Schumacher Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We are at the Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire in the UK. I'm here with Muzz Schumacher. My name is Matt Guppy, your host for the week. We've got Paul Bateman up on camera and the very forgettable Matt McCallum hiding in the van as he creeps off back to his cave. There he goes, closing his door.
Never to be seen again.
Never to be seen again. He's been in there for eons.
He's editing, you see.
So that car 9's just gone down the straight. White, orange and purple, I think it is, on the rear. That's the one to try and zoom in on the stickers, Paul. Going through the chicane. Past the driver stand next.
That doesn't look like a Techno to me.
This one.
Maybe. Come on, zoom in on it then.
He's eating
Take time.
pizza.
No rush, Paul. No rush.
I was talking to Matt, so I didn't hear you talking previously, so if you mentioned that.
Any more, Paul?
No, that's it. It's as big as I can get.
I can't see what that is. I think I can see an Answer RC sticker on the side of it.
If it's Answer RC, it's probably S-Works then. Maybe he's changed again. Anyone on the comments? No Jamie Chappell, I'm sure they'll be commenting on there. David Watson's got rain in Nottingham, so maybe it is the right call not to run the round 4 because we're only half an hour away.
Who's going to explain to Frank why the camera's all greasy tomorrow?
Nobody.
Okay.
No one tell Frank.
It's just one of those things that...
Graham North asking about timetable. No timetable is for definite as yet, North 8, but if it's dry and rain stays away, qualifying looks to start around 10:15. Practice is around a practice in the morning from 9 o'clock. If it's dry, Q4 will be on track from 10:15. Qualifying will run till about 1:20. And then finals, A final practice leg 1 at 2 o'clock. A final leg 1 due off at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Petit Didier came out the blocks like a cat on a scalded cat on a tin roof there. Absolutely flew down the main straight, but he struggled a little bit, and I think the number 9 car of James Chappelle has actually caught him up a fair bit now.
Jamie Chappell, TLR, as the guys are saying. Cheers, Northie.
Nice.
Not sure what week it was of the year, so not sure what James is running. We know he likes to change every now and again. Used to be Techno, then he was Schumacher, then he was Techno, and then obviously TLR, I guess, unless I missed anything in the middle. And it's working for him because James Chappell leads them round in heat number 4. Half second clear of Pierre. Then comes James Halliwell. Halliwell's probably one to pick up in a couple of laps if you want to do that.
Yeah, we'll show James some love. Adrian Sognesund has taken up the front, though, from Masinger. So Norway, Austria, Great Britain in this one.
James Halliwell just passing us now, car number 3.
There you go, Paul, will be with you. There he is.
On to the straight goes Halliwell. Knows every line around this Robin Hood Raceway circuit. 1 minute 30 quickly down in this one. 3:30 to go.
You think James has done more laps around here than pretty much anyone, but from what he says, he struggles to get a bit of lap time even on his own track.
He does very few laps. Ben Jemison, I think, is the main man around here. That's the rumour anyway.
It'd be interesting to have a permanent loop going and just an ongoing lap count of every car that's gone round.
I know nowadays there are cameras up here, and every time Jemison or anyone else will be practicing, Helliwell gets a ping on his phone that someone's on the camera. So there's no sneaking on for any practice. So Adrian Sognerson leads them round. Our number, what was it?
These 5 laps to come through. I'll wait for him just to do his 5th one a minute. No, drops him back down. So he must have had a dodgy lap on the last one. It's Mazinger from Chappelle.
He's had a crash. I can just see him. Yeah. So what's Halliwell doing? He's coming onto the straight now. Looking pretty consistent is James.
Had a squirm coming out of there where he got the power down. We were just saying when James was in here that you can see at the very beginning of the straight there, Muzz, where those black lines are, is the rubber going down on the track where these guys are absolutely punching the cars out of that first corner.
Yeah.
James nicely round the berm, though, into the back tabletop, flicks it wide, comes back past the Dong of Justice, through past the commentary corner, into the switchbacks, down the main straight he goes. 2 minutes left on the race clock on this one right now. So 2 minutes left, as I say, or just under 2 minutes. We're still with James Halliwell. We'll try and pick up the number 9 car if we can. He's leading us out at the moment. There's the 8 gone past us there, and the 5 and the 4. There's the 7. Oh, no, that was the 8. There it is, just past us now, Paul. Lovely. Okay, so that's James currently running on a 13 in a 5.572 pace. Not enough to affect anybody too far down. So certainly nobody within the first top 25 is going to be affected by this heat at the moment. That is unless James can really lay down some super hot laps. He's doing the right job there. A little bit wide on those corners, but he's still pulling it in. Best lap for James at the moment, 23.33, 23.04, probably the quickest lap we've seen in the... Oh, no, we've got a 22.81 from Adrian Sognerson.
So 45 seconds to go. Pretty tight at the sharp end, as you can see. Was it second and a half covering the top 4? Oh, tumble.
Yeah, a little bit of a tumble
Mr. There. Chappell, he was leading. That's going to cost him a little bit of time, second or so. Oh, look at this. Marzinger leads, Chappell and Helliwell on identical times now.
Wow, look at that. Exactly the same. So into the last 23 seconds we go.
Any of these affecting the top 25?
Oh, Chappell's over. He's over right in front of us there. Helliwell's gone past him.
That's a huge mistake. Going to cost him, 5-6 seconds, I would guess?
Yeah, at least 5-6 seconds there.
Yeah, 5 seconds cost there.
Drop right the way back down. So Merzinger takes this one up now from Halliwell. Super close, those two. James lost out on 0.2 exactly the last lap that they did.
It's all down to this final lap then. James is 2/10 behind. He needs to go clean on this one. What's he finish with? Halliwell could snatch it. It's all down to him and Marzinger. Halliwell taking it.
Does.
Oh, less than 2/10.
He'll be happy with that one tomorrow.
So James Halliwell on a 13.57.22. Winning that heat.
7.38 though for Mazinger. So nothing, and he pulled him, 4/10 on that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. He knew that he needed it and really got the hammer down. So that is round 3 qualifying done for the day, I believe.
Certainly is, and that is our racing for today absolutely finished. It just remains for us to let you know that we will be back at some point tomorrow for Q4 of
Before
qualifying.
you do, though, we are true professionals and right on cue, TQ of the round. Michael Orlowski here for a few words for everybody.
Here he is, Michael the man himself. How you doing, Michael? Congratulations on last TQ. How does that feel?
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good run. I made a few mistakes in the middle, small bubbles here and there, but we've been trying a few things in the car. actually after Q1 and Q2, as it's really close between me, Marcus, and Bruno. So we're trying to find a small advantage over them.
Mhm.
And then I got lucky with Bruno's mistake at the end, but we'll go back with one change, which I think made the car a bit worse, and then go in the same direction of the other change. So hopefully for the next one will be even better. But
Good.
I'm actually not sure if we're going to run the last qualifier at Q4 today or it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow. This is it done now for today. We're just rounding out really, and then Q4 and 5 tomorrow morning. So how are you finding the track? Do you think it stayed fairly consistent throughout today, or do you think it slowed down a bit for these later sort of rounds?
I think it stayed quite similar, and the sun doesn't seem to pick up. But yeah, it's a very easy layout, probably the easiest layout I've seen on this track. So lap times are really close, and yeah, it's tough. I need to push really hard for the whole 5 minutes, which is not my style. So I'm not really comfortable driving around in that way, but the car is feeling really good. So I'll be used to it by the time of the finals. And tomorrow, I don't know how the weather is. To be honest, I didn't check, and I'm just hearing a few opinions here and there. So it will be interesting, but I'm ready for both and confident in both conditions. So
excellent stuff.
We'll see.
As we all know, TQ is one thing. Getting through 3 legs of finals, keeping that TQ is entirely another. So, like you say, it's going to be a long day tomorrow leading into those finals. But if you're confident going into it, we'll see what the weather throws up. Do you think you'll be confident if it is wet tomorrow?
Yeah. I know my car is good in the wet. I will not be able to, or anyone will not be able to push as hard as today. So my smooth driving style will suit the conditions probably a bit better, and I'll be able to drive how I like to drive. So to be honest, I wouldn't mind if it rains. It will mix things up as well. I've got 2 good scores already, so I'll be starting it on the front of the grid. And if it's wet, then anyone even from the back can win. Yeah. So the pace of people will change, and it will mix the whole field up. So it will be interesting, and I don't mind either way.
Good stuff. Michael, absolute star as always. Thank you so much for coming and having a chat. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we'll be keeping an eye on you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, so we'll just have a look at the top 10 before we tell you what's happening tomorrow with timings.
We should check on some quick questions as well, don't we, in case there's anything coming on the chat.
So, current TQ in the last round is Orlowski from Qualo, back to Kerup, Mohammed, Lee Martin, Ivan and Hatton, Widmeyer, and Newman and Gotzel joint 9th. So if we go back and have a look at the overalls.
This is the overall with, I think, best 2 rounds counting from 3 so far. So it's going to be a little bit mixed. So it's very interesting because we've got 3 different TQ holders so far. So Marcus Kerup took round 2. Bruno Coelho took round 1. And as we just see, Michael Orlowski taking round 3. So as it is at the moment, Bruno Coelho is top of the pile first. Marcus Kerup second. Michael Orlowski third. Una Hartonen 4th. Pekko Ivanen 5th. Noah Ben Mohammed 6th. Jorn Neumann 7. Lee Martin 8th. Misha Widmeyer 9. And Paul Crompton rounding out the top 10.
We'll be happy with that one. You'll be happy with that, Will Crompton.
Lots can still change. As we know, it's only 2 from 5 to count. So there could be tie breaks, and we'll see what happens. So the plan at the minute is 1 round of practice tomorrow.
Well, it should start at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we've got Q4 kicking off sometime around 10:15. We'll be doing our best to bring you all of the action from Q4 and Q5. After that, we're going to be going into the finals. Now, I don't want to say too much about the timing of the finals just because of any rain delays or anything that does happen tomorrow. However, the plan is for the first practice A final to be on at 2 o'clock. Likelihood is I will probably do that one off of my phone on the EFRA page for you guys just to have a look at the practice final. But then we will be back at 3 o'clock, then after a break, of course, for the first of the A finals at 3 p.m. So just have a quick look online.
Looking on the chat, it's mainly about James Chappell was talking about with the different cars, people helping us with that. People saying thanks for the great commentary. We're just keeping steady at the minute for you for qualifying, but for the finals, me and Gups will be on it for the finals. We're building things up and getting you guys excited watching from home, hopefully. So I'm going to try and do the finals with Matt tomorrow. Schedule will all decide on what happens with the weather. Someone's asking who's BQ. BQ at the minute is Tommy Hall. Ooh. He's got an 8 and a 12. So he needs something to go with his 8, but 20 points for a BQ. So Paul Crompton in 10th on 14 points. 14 will not be enough for an A final, as we saw with two-wheel drive. You're going to have to be... It was 11 points for the A, and that was tie-break. So you're going to be looking at 9 points to get in, I would say, guaranteed.
Yeah.
10, 11's going to be on the bubble. So
you want to be getting yourself really down into those single figures to sort of guarantee. It's nobody's guaranteed anything at this rate. With 3 separate TQ guys, those scores going into the finals are going to be super, super low. But that is us for the day. So you have been watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing Hobbywing Tony Sport. And we're at the Robin Hood venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. I've been Matt Guppy, your host. That's been Muzz Schumacher, your co-host for the day.
Thank you.
Paul Long has been up on camera, and Matt's been hiding in the van. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright, early and bushy-tailed for round 4 of qualifying. Thank you very much for joining us, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, everybody.